enough of us here?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We would like to get started with our recognitions. First, we would start with our CTE superstars. No? They're outside? Well, we're ready to get started. It's 4:30, and we would like to recognize our students. We have a board meeting that will be immediately starting at 5 o'clock, and so we have a lot of great talent and students that we need to recognize this evening before our board meeting starts. We'll be having some board members enter as we go through our recognition program, and so I would like to start off with calling Mrs. Boyd, Amber Boyd. Good afternoon, Ms. Boyd.
Good afternoon, board members. Mr. Smith, thank you for having us here tonight. We are wrangling up our students. You have quite a crowd out in the hallway, so that's excellent. Lots of honors to give out. We are here tonight representing the East Baton Rouge Parish Career and Technical Education Center, and Ms. Seeley took a group of our students to Homa to compete in what's called Skills USA, which is an industrial competition for students in their career pathways where they compete against other students in the state in various industry fields. We took 9 students and we came away with 6 awards, but there are 3 special awards we do want to recognize tonight. We took away gold, which means 3 of our students will be traveling to Atlanta, Georgia at the end of June to compete nationally at the National Skills USA competition. And those 3 students are Juan Garcia in HVAC. And just to put a little note, he got a $5,000 scholarship. Also, Ethan Coppersmith and Juan was from Terrell High School. Ethan Coppersmith from Liberty Magnet High School came away with a gold in automotive technician. And Jeremiah Martin, who is from Bel Air High School, came away with a gold in computer networking. So we were extremely proud of them, and we will be taking them to Atlanta, Georgia at the end of June, and hopefully we come away with more. We like to come back with gold, but we are also happy with bronze and silver. So we do want to recognize them. But like I said, they are, let's see, here's Jeremiah.
Here's Jeremiah.
Is our student that came away with computer networking. While I'm filibustering right here, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to promote our center. We are a center that services all high schools in the district, and we currently have every high school represented. We have 338 students enrolled right now, and we have 424 already accepted for next year. So we will have quadrupled the enrollment of the center. We are sending our kids out not only workforce ready, but post-secondary ready in their career aspirations. So we're really excited. And here is Ethan Coppersmith, and it looks like Miss Seeley has wrangled up Juan. I don't know if y'all have seen the foyer, but it is full. It is full.
Can you tell us name and school one more time?
Yes, ma'am. So Jeremiah Martin,
Yes, ma'am.
computer networking from Bel Air High School.
Nice. Congratulations.
We're gonna take a picture of them.
So look, Jeremiah, go right here in the center.
Wait.
Ethan Coppersmith from Liberty Magnet High School, automotive technician, gold, also a $5,000 scholarship.
Nice. Congratulations. That's wonderful.
And there he is, Juan Garcia.
Oh, here he is.
Juan Garcia from Bel Air High School, HVAC gold, also won Terrell High School won HVAC gold, $5,000 scholarship. And I'm just going to put a plug in. Last year, Juan went and won bronze. So this year he was going for gold, and he took it.
Nice. Yeah.
All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you. Okay.
little bit.
We can do last one since I got a bunch of them. Or we can go in order. Still.
Yeah.
We're good. Let's roll. I need to get some shoes.
Well, next we have Mr. Ricard with Athletics Department. If you will come forth and introduce our elementary winners.
We'll turn this way. Correct. All right, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. This is a great night to recognize our student athletes. Starting at the elementary school level, we have La Belle Air, who won this year's pre-K through first, as well as the 4th and 5th soccer championships. So we have with us Coach Eric Rogers, Coach Todd Jackson, Brenton Love, and their principal is Ms. Teveron Ross.
Just letting y'all know, man, I'm an agent. Yeah, I'm recruiting right now.
I would like to give them all a high five.
I'm still posing for the picture.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I think I got, yeah, got everybody here. A little more. All right. All right.
Unfortunately, Cedar Crest was not able to be here tonight. They won our 2nd and 3rd for soccer, so let's give them a round of applause. And their principal is Ms. Sharon Thomas, and their coach is Ms. Brenda Ogundher. All right. Next, we have basketball for our winter sports. Magnolia Woods, they won and represented pre-K through first. Principal Ms. Joy Watson and coaches Isaiah Coles and Breon Williams. So they're not here, so let's give them another round of applause. Next up, we have Park Medical, Principal Ms. Stephanie Tate and Coach Kelly Pullen. So they're here tonight, so let's give them a round of applause. Come on, brother. Park Medical. Yes, sir. Park Medical. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, elementary.
Guys, y'all ready?
All right.
All right now. Hold on. Is she? Hey, you got one? Did you have one? Okay. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Next is Glen Oaks Park. Glen Oaks Park is next. Glen Oaks Park. All right, lastly, with basketball and our winter sports, our 4th and 5th back-to-back champions, Glen Oaks Park Elementary. So let's give them a round of applause. Principal Bernard Williams and head coach Daniel Fisher. Come on, guys. Excuse me. What'd you say?
You didn't play basketball. That's him.
Undefeated.
All right. All right, count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Good job. All right. All right, next up, we are at the middle school level. This year, we were honored to have CSAL boys basketball team under leadership of Principal Lamont Cole and Coach Kirk Pelishek and Coach Kevin Jackson. So that we can bring up the CSAL boys basketball team. Missing it. That's the workout here. Look.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Yes, sir. All right, and next, last but not least, with middle school sports, and obviously Mr. Cole is going to stay up here because his girls won the middle school championship as well, coached by Coach Ebony Lewis and James Collins. So let's give them a round of applause. Three-time parish champions.
That's right. 3 times in a row. Coach. Coach. That's it. Everybody show on.
All right, guys. 1, 2, 3. All right. Look at it.
What's going on, man? All right. We'll jump over to high school. We want to celebrate and congratulate the Liberty High basketball team for winning the Division I state champion, their first one in school history, under the leadership of Principal Brandon Levatino and head coach and athletic director, Coach Brandon White, Dr. Brandon White. So let's give Liberty High School a round of applause. Right up here front, brother. You want to?
Congratulations to all of you. I'm gonna give it to the coach here to hand these out, because y'all are too tall. There we go. Congratulations to all of you. Good job, well done.
Let's see, get y'all to tighten up, see if we can get everybody in here. All right, we're going to tighten up a little bit. Act like you love each other. There we go. Still push. We got everyone now. There we go. All right, 1, 2, 3. Try it again. 1, 2, 3. All right.
All right. Next, we want to congratulate and celebrate and recognize the Glen Oaks High Division II Indoor State Champions. First time in school history under leadership of Principal Eric Randall and Athletic Director and Head Track Coach, Mr. Johnny Duncan. So let's give Glen Oaks High a round of applause. First time. Like they say, we can do better than that. Let's give them a big round of applause. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, get y'all tighten it up just a little bit so I can get everyone in, please. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right.
Congrats. Congrats. JD, on the medals. All right, and last but not least, we also want to recognize, they're not here this week, and we'll recognize them, I think, next week at a later date, the state champions of indoor track and field Division I for both girls and boys, the Scotlandville Magnet High team, who's under the leadership of Paul Jackson, Athletic Director Carlos Sample, and their girls' head coaches Ursula Harris and Coach Alan Whitaker for the boys. So we will recognize them next week. And lastly, this is the first year that we've had wrestling that girls were able to compete separately than boys. And so we're excited to announce that individually, Baton Rouge High had 3 young ladies who won the state championship individually. We want to congratulate Ms. Nanette McCann as principal of Baton Rouge High and under the coach and leadership of Coach Paige Russell. First up, we have Leah LaDuff, who won the state champion at 150 pounds. Yep. Next, Miss Olivia Maxey, who won the 165-pound weight division. And lastly, Miss Allison Flores, who won the 215-pound and that weight division. So congratulations to Baton Rouge High for winning your... Thank you. That's it. Yep.
Oh, that's why you play linebacker. You have no hands. I see you come with the Rockets.
All right, man. My name is Jackson.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Our cover of
The next recognition, I would like to bring up Mr. McGregor and Mr. Harrison with esports. You're already here.
We're here.
The mic is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Superintendent, President, Vice President, our board members. Last time I was at this, I was 19 years old at Estruma High, and I'm back. So I would like to, talk about our esports program. We were 2 years into it, and now we're up to 20 teams and growing strong to be 30 teams next year. But since our league is ran by students, I'm bringing up our president of our league to announce our winners.
Hey, I'm Jesse Jones. I'm the EBR EL president, and I'd like me to recognize some of our award winners and Baton Rouge High. And I'd like to recognize our award winners and esports champions. First up, we have Jordan Wall from Baton Rouge High, our esports shoutcaster of the year. What? All right. And next up, I'd like to recognize Morgan Brown from Capital Elementary, our esports coach of the year. Steve Alvarado from Baton Rouge High, our esports innovator of the year. Capital Elementary, the Elementary Rocket League champions. Scotlandville Middle, our middle school Rocket League champions. Baton Rouge High, our high school Rocket League champions and EBR EL grand champions. Tara High and Coach Burris for Kobe Robinson, who couldn't be here today, our Madden Series champion. And finally, William Burris from Baton Rouge High, our back-to-back Super Smash Bros. Series champion.
We're gonna stand and take a picture. All right, guys.
Trying to fill in, guys, so I can get you all in one shot. The guy behind Miss Johnson, I can't see him. Slide over a little bit so we can see you. There you go. Want to see everybody. Miss Powell, I can't see you. I can't see Miss Powell. There we go. All right. I think we're ready. All right, guys. Up here. 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to snap several. Awesome. Congratulations.
minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is 5:01 p.m. We will now call this meeting to order. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Mark Ballou, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Cadet Second Lieutenant Landon Blosh. Thank you. Bravo Flight Commander Helix Mentorship Academy, accompanied by Sergeant Webb, Air Force JROTC instructor. Let us stand.
Heavenly Father, we come to you with gratitude for the miracle of our existence and the beauty in our lives. Help us also to show gratitude to others, those who have made sacrifices for us or influenced our lives in a positive way. As we make decisions today that affect our students, our staff, and our community, we ask for your guidance so that we may engage in thoughtful, reasoned discussion and maintain respect for the dignity with which you have endowed each of us. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Good afternoon, Board. Thanks for the opportunity that I have to introduce a phenomenal young man that I have behind me here, Cadet Second Lieutenant Landon Blosh. I met Cadet Blosh about 3 years ago when he decided to join Junior ROTC, and I was a little bit surprised. It's really hard for me to recruit young men to join Junior ROTC because they have to cut their hair and have a military haircut. So it's really difficult, especially one that's super popular. Landon jumped in, and I would say he skirted the rules a little bit. Right, the first couple of years, he towed the line a little bit. He barely had his hair within the standards that it needed to be, right? But he was such a good student, such a good presence in the room that we kept him around. His senior year, he's turned it around. You can see he's got the military image. He exceeds the standards now. He knew that this was an inspection year for us. We had Air Force headquarters come down and inspect, and he took charge. He's a flight commander. He was a element leader on our drill team. We did phenomenally. Highest rating that you can get on an inspection. So kudos to Landon Blosh and the cadets there. I could be here all night telling you all the different things that he's done. He is Mr. Mentorship. He's Mr. Junior ROTC. He is the current prom king. He was the Prince last year as a junior. He's a member of National Honor Society, Beta Club, Key Club. The list goes on and on and on. So without further ado, I'd like to give you Cadet Second Lieutenant Landon Blosh.
Good afternoon, everybody. You guys are already standing, so now please get you to face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay. And yes, young man, if you'll come forward again, so that way I believe Mr. Lewis has something to present you with. Oh.
This is Metal, Mr. Blosh, and what was your nickname as ninth grader?
Cash out.
Cash out.
Oh.
Every day we had a running joke. Mr. Lewis, can you cash out me a few dollars for lunch? But great young man. Thank you.
We gotta get him out. He's got a senior meeting here in a few minutes, so I'm gonna get him out of here. I thank y'all so much.
Oh, wow, yes. Enjoy your evening. Thank you, young man. Thank you. Thank you. Also, we want to recognize a friend of the district, Dr. Angela Lee Domain. So nice to see you, my former teacher and mentor. All right. Let us continue. Okay, before we'll now have a roll call, and immediately after I have a statement.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Also, before I make my statement, thank you. It has been brought to my attention that our historic Dr. Press Robinson is in the house. If you will, please raise your hand, wave your hand or something. Thank you. As we get started here tonight, I know that we have quite a length of an agenda with some topics that may become a bit tested or heated. So I just wanted to remind everyone once again, as we start tonight's meeting, please be reminded of the following: the rules of proper decorum as mentioned in the Citizens Guide to the conduct of East Baton Rouge Parish School Board meetings that can be found on the receptionist counter in the foyer. We ask that all speakers remain germane and relevant to the topics as they are listed on tonight's agenda. Again, please refrain from personally attacking board members, staff, and constituents. And please refrain from the public use of profanity, inappropriate and/or offensive language during the meeting. And then also, board members are given 5 minutes during each comment session, and public commenters are given 3 minutes during each comment session. Please proceed accordingly. We appreciate everyone who attends and participates in our meetings. We encourage others to participate as well. We look forward to a high level of professionalism, order, efficiency, and decorum as we move forward in our meeting tonight and in the future. So let us continue. Alphabet B, minutes. B1, meeting minutes, approval of the school board meeting minutes of the March 21st, 2024 regular board meeting, April 11th, 2024 special board meeting, and the April 11th, 2024 Budget and Finance Committee, Operations Committee, and the Academics, Accountability, Curriculum, Instruction, and Student Services Committee meetings as published in the official journal. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Rust. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time, Mr. Rust.
I was going to do the appropriate response that you put in our script for us. I move to approve of the school board minutes of the March 21st, 2024 regular board meeting, April 11th, 2024 special board meeting, and the April 11th, 2024 Budget and Finance Committee, Operations Committee, and the Academics, Accountability, Curriculum, Instruction, and Student Services Committee meetings as published in the official journal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russ. All right, any further comments from the board at this time? Okay, comments from the public? Okay, Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. I'll turn in a card in a moment. Thank you, Mr. Rust. I appreciate having the motion explicitly read. That's a nice change. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Can we call a roll call vote? Because I think a couple people aren't logged in yet.
I got it.
I'm logged in now.
Okay.
That's all right.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We will now proceed to Alphabet C, information-only items. The first would be our monthly financial report. Ms. Lopez. Is there one today? Okay, so there will be a presentation later in regards to finance. And then, of course, there are personnel changes. Is there a report for personnel changes? Okay, all right. And then the next would be fiscal transparency report.
That report is submitted to the board in your packet, and we'll have the next report presented to the Operations Committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, proceeding forward, we are now to Alphabet D, receiving as information. The first is recognition of the Historical Desegregation Award. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much, President Powell Lewis. I had not recognized the 60th anniversary of this momentous event until Dr. Frya Rivers brought it to the board's attention several months ago, and I thought appropriate to have this recognition as she requested tonight, and I have a few remarks to make in conjunction with recognizing this event. 60 years ago, in the fall of 1963, which was fully 9 years after the U.S. Supreme Court declared that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal, Baton Rouge finally began to integrate its schools. We recently had an event at Dufrock Elementary to recognize the first African-American students to integrate our elementary schools. Tonight, we are privileged to recognize and honor 28 brave students who began the process of desegregating our high schools. These 28 students were selected out of 56 who applied. They attended 4 high schools: Lee High, which is now known as Liberty, Baton Rouge High, Estruma High, and Glen Oaks High. Based on historical accounts, the National Guard was present on the rooftop of Baton Rouge High on the very first day they entered the school. One of the 28 students, Dr. Velma Jackson, who's here tonight, recounted her first day. "I remember seeing National Guardsmen on the rooftop," Jackson said. "We had been told they would be there for our protection, should we need it." Since I wrote those remarks, I'm not finished yet, but I had an opportunity to read through some of the booklet that Dr. Rivers prepared, which provided a great deal more color, if you'll excuse the term, to the experiences that these students went through when they were integrated into our schools. Much of it is very unpleasant. and it makes me admire the bravery and courage of those students all the more. I would like to personally thank all of those students for the bravery they showed that day, to their courage to stand up for justice. I can't imagine what that must have been like, the excitement that a day long fought for had finally arrived, but at a personal peril so great that armed soldiers were needed to guarantee their safety. I can't imagine what your parents went through sending you off to that environment. An immense amount of pressure to place on a 14 or 15-year-old. I thank you and I applaud you for your actions that day and throughout your high school career, none of which was easy, I'm sure. More important than honoring the past is understanding where we are today. The actions we honor tonight are our recent past, not ancient history. These events were within the lifetime of at least 2 members of this board and only 4 years before my own birth. My own parents graduated high school around that same time. Dr. Rivers, who we honor tonight, was attending LSU as its first black woman student in 1967 when I was born on the LSU campus. Dr. Press Robinson, who became the first elected African American member of this board in 1980, just over 40 years ago, has observed that Baton Rouge still, to this day, does not operate a unitary school system. When Dr. Robinson joined this board in 1980, 60% of our students were white and 40% were black. Today, about 70% of our students are black and only 11% are white, while 14% are Hispanic. More than 75% of our students are economically disadvantaged. People with means simply took their children out of our schools and enrolled them elsewhere. I was one of those. In the 1980s, my family moved to another parish. I was enrolled in a private school that did not accept black students until the year 2000, 24 years ago, when the school acquiesced to adopting a non-discrimination policy simply so that its students could be eligible for TOPS scholarships. Attending this discriminatory, bigoted high school caused me to spend a great deal of my time thinking about racial relationships when I started college in 1985. I recently cleaned my old papers from my mother's attic. I found something I wrote in 1989 when I was thinking about running for student body president. I did not at the end. At the time, there was thought that there would be a court-ordered desegregation of higher education in Louisiana. I wrote in notes for a speech, soon the state will be under a court order to desegregate its higher education system. Desegregation is a necessary thing, a good thing, but desegregation is not the same as integration. They aren't the same thing. Integration is our goal. Desegregation is a tool to achieve that goal. In the Baton Rouge school system, the tool of desegregation did not achieve the goal of integration. As Dr. Robinson noted in an interview in 2013, fundamental change will only come when all the people of Baton Rouge recognize that we're all in the same boat and must work together to keep it afloat. As I wrote in 1989, integration is a matter of attitudes. It can only be accomplished by changing our attitudes. This is something that no law, no court order can ever do. We have made progress. Racial discrimination today is not only illegal in almost every aspect of our lives and economy, but it is also seen as anathema to nearly all civilized people. But despite our progress, we must recognize that we continue to suffer from the generational legacies of centuries of slavery and the many decades of legal segregation imposed once slavery was finally ended. The fierce resistance of so many in the Baton Rouge community to desegregation in the 1970s and 1980s continues to echo into the present. Because of this, we have a great deal of work ahead of us to achieve the goal of true integration and true equality of opportunity. No massive violence erupted in Baton Rouge in the fall of 1963 when these brave students stood up for justice. But violence occurs regularly in our schools today. In 1963, we had armed National Guardsmen protecting these 28 students from the community. Today, we have armed sheriff's deputies protecting our students from each other. The 28 students we honor tonight, students we educated 60 years ago, have proven to be among the best Baton Rouge has ever produced.
the courage and leadership they displayed in 1963 and throughout their high school career, and the education they were provided by the Baton Rouge school system has led them to successful careers and lives. By my brief research, many have earned PhDs and other advanced degrees. They are successful dentists, pharmacists, educators, authors, civic leaders, and parents. But while we continue to produce many exceptional graduates, today we fail many others. Some 40%, almost, of our students are unable to read at grade level. While we have many great schools in Baton Rouge, we also have many which are failing to teach our children to read, write, and do math. Our schools admitted black students, but then failed to actually educate far too many of those students. Every child is entitled to and deserves a high-quality education. We as a community have the means to provide this education to every one of our children, regardless of their circumstances or background. We have thus far lacked the will and the singularness of purpose to provide it. Tonight, I challenge my colleagues and every single person who serves in the East Baton Rouge public school system to honor the courage and sacrifices that our students made in 1963 by rededicating ourselves to the cause of providing the highest quality education for each and every child entrusted to our care. Now, everyone, please join me in applauding these courageous alumni of our schools.
We will now take a moment for everyone, for our board to join together, if possible, to take a picture with the honorees from tonight. Thank you.
Murphy Bell is not here. Rosalie Bowie from Estruma. Betta Bowman is deceased. Elaine Boyle, please come up. Baton Rouge High. Charles Burchell, Baton Rouge High. Elaine Schutz Green, Baton Rouge High. Doretha Davis, deceased. Freddie Eagles, Estruma. Marion Greenup, Baton Rouge High. Rita Gidros White, is there someone here representing her? She said she couldn't make it. Irma Harrison Coleman. Grace Henley Burt, Glen Oaks. Gloria Holloway, Estruma. Velma Jean Hunter Jackson, Baton Rouge High. Betty Jemison Wagner, Baton Rouge High. Yolanda Laws, Glen Oaks High. Sharon LaDuff West, Baton Rouge High, deceased. Aurelius Martinez, Baton Rouge High. Louis Morgan, Lehigh, deceased. Merrill Patan, Glen Oaks High. Clara Patan DeLucas, Baton Rouge High. Melvin Patrick, Lehigh, deceased. Winnie Posey Womack, Glen Oaks High, deceased. Paula Waller Barino, Glen Oaks High. Patricia Ann Wells, Baton Rouge High. Carmen Williams Dwyer, Glen Oaks High. Gail Vavasseur Jones, Baton Rouge High. Yolanda, I called you. And Freya Anderson Rivers, Lehigh.
All right, guys. All right, you ready? Right this way. 1, 2, 3. Try it again. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
That's
wonderful. Yeah,
Wait to read the whole thing.
Perry said that he couldn't find any information, so I said, well, let me provide it.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay, you all, we have, Ms. Rivers has a few remarks, and then we have a few of our board members who would like to make comments as well. Ms. Rivers.
Thank you. We truly appreciate your effort to preserve the history of the desegregation of East Baton Rouge Parish schools. 60 years ago, 28 African American students put their lives on the line while sacrificing their senior year of high school, leaving their beloved schools, friends, teachers, clubs, senior trips, proms, and all activities of senior fun to stand up for their beliefs in justice and equality. We had to fight. We fought against the injustice of our schools being built on a city dump, having to use discarded books from white schools, unequal pay for black teachers, and so much more. We endured isolation, name-calling, spitballs, food throwings, pushing, shoving, and even fighting. Even out of school, we suffered through denigrating, vitriolic phone calls and cross burnings. But one of the many lows was November 22nd, the day of President Kennedy's assassination. We were appalled and amazed that the students and faculty became jubilant while cheering, "We kill Lincoln, we kill Kennedy, and we'll kill anyone else that tries to help you niggas." We had to be escorted out of the schools by federal marshals and a few white teachers that offered us assistance. We fought to change Baton Rouge and destroy Jim Crow. This history, along with much more, must become required readings for our students. The revolts and resistance need to be taught to demonstrate that ordinary people can do extraordinary things. Unfortunately, the struggle continues. So we ask the students that are here now and for the future to stand up for right, stand up for justice, stand up for truth, and stand up for equality. Do the right thing and know that you, one person, can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. It's a tough act to follow with such eloquence and emotion and heartfelt love for what has happened. I just want to honor another group that was involved in that time and era. I saw this entire event happen from a little bit of a distance. I was in Lafourche Parish, and in Lafourche Parish we were declared totally integrated in, I think, 64. So I saw some of this, and we did not have near the kinds of issues that apparently occurred here in Baton Rouge. But I think it's absolutely wonderful and appropriate that we talk about the students who went through that. But I also think that we have to honor the black educators that went through that, because those teachers many times were let go as things were consolidated. Many times, as someone mentioned, suffered from lower pay, and all of the kinds of disparaging attitudes and things like that that just were described about being directed at the students. I'm sure they were also directed at the professional teaching staff that happened to be African American. And I saw some of that. My father at the time was a principal, then assistant superintendent, and that was one of the biggest things that he brought about within Lafourche Parish, is equalizing all of that sort of thing. And I'm very proud of him for having done that. But as we honor all of these students, I think we also ought to honor the black educators that went through that period and gave an example to all of these students. So I just like a round of applause for, I know most of them are not here, but most of them at that time may be deceased, but they still deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. There can't be prouder moments than one like we just saw a few moments ago. Heroes and sheroes of our past who are still here to tell that story. A story that has to be told. An uncomfortable story that our future needs to know. I say all of this because I heard a few of the names. I am a Glen Oaks High School graduate. So when I hear and understand the history of the school that I attended and those who fought so that I can walk through those doors, my friends could walk through those doors and my family could, I don't think you all understand how much I love you and revere your struggle. It is because of you that I sit on this board. And one of the proudest moments that I can say that I have done since serving on this board was removing the name Robert E. Lee from our high school and changing it to Liberty, giving new hope, newfound hope to our entire community. And it was not just a few, it took us all coming together to see that happened. I also thank our board and our colleagues, but I want you all to know from the bottom of my heart, I love you. This fight will not stop. And as long as you guys and ladies continue to live and tell that story, I'll be here to tell it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I have entered the queue as well, and I just wanted to say, number one, thank you so much. It is because, just as Mr. Lannis has mentioned, it is because of you that we are able to sit on this board. And we thank you for the legacy and for the standard that you have set by allowing us, number one, to continue the fight, to continue to advocate for people who look like us. So thank you so much. Mr. Lewis.
Again, thank each and every one of you. I don't want to speak too long because thank you. Just thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further comments at this time, once again, we thank you for this opportunity, and we will now move to updates from our superintendent.
Thank you, President Powell Lewis. It's hard to give updates after that, and I just want to say to Dr. Rivers, thank you for bringing this to our attention. There was a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King, "Courage is the inner resolution to move forward in spite of obstacles." And I'm standing on your shoulders. The generation that comes after me is standing on your shoulders, and we will not let you down. I have a few updates. Students in grades K-3 are currently wrapping up the end of the year DIBELS assessment. The assessment window ends April 30th. Also, our students in grades 3 through 8 and high school are in the process of completing LEAP 2025 across the district. That window concludes on May 17th. We wish all of our students and schools the best of luck during these state assessment windows. Also, as we approach May, graduation is quickly reaching upon us, and I want to congratulate all the seniors and their families. Our graduation dates are posted on our district website. Also, I would like to plug in, we are hosting a spring fling on April 27 at Jefferson Terrace at 9 a.m. We welcome everyone in the audience, listening audience, to come join us this Saturday. I would like to have a brief presentation to give the board an update on our Reimagine grant. So I'll ask Dr. Bethany to come forward to give us a brief update.
Good evening. So part of what our deliverables for the Reimagine grant is to give you an update, and will be our final update on the Reimagine grant. So with the Reimagine grant, we had to select a vendor to provide technical assistance to our district, and LDOE selected Empower Schools. So throughout, for 2 years, they have provided us with technical assistance. They are instrumental in the planning and the implementation of the grant. So this slide captures the recipients of the grant. Baton Rouge Flame, Baton Rouge Visual and Performing Arts, and as you can see on this slide, we received 2 allocations in phase 1. Both schools received $300,000. In phase 2, both schools received $1,050,000, and we are in the process of expending those funds. Then we were fortunate to bring Capitol High back to the district, and we applied for that grant. So Capitol High received $300,000 in phase 1 and $690,000 in phase 2. Helix Aviation received $300,000 in phase 1 and $330,000 in phase 2. And at this time, I would like to invite Ms. Morgan, Mr. Fontenot, and Dr. Moore to come. They're going to highlight some of the initiatives that this grant has afforded our school district to have.
Good evening. Perfect. Thank you. I'm Mrs. Morgan. I'm the principal at Flame, and I got to Flame literally 9 months ago on July 3rd of 2023, and the grant was already in motion with the wheels rolling, and so Dr. Bethley and her team quickly brought me up to speed as to where we were. And so with the grant, we were able to implement our pre-K 3 program, which we currently serve, as you can see, 2 classes with 30 students, and we upgraded our pre-K 4 program last year. Before I got there, they had 1 pre-K 4 class, which was a traditional pre-K class. This year, we currently have 3, which are immersed into our 3 languages of French, Spanish, and Mandarin. And there's 56 students in that program. So through these 2 programs, we're able to implement with our students more language which is our theme. If anybody knows anything about Flame, we take pride in the fact that our students are learning their languages immersively, which means that they are getting all of their instruction with the exception of reading and writing in the language that they are assigned to be learning. Our pre-K 3 program is an exploratory program, so those students are not immersed in the languages. However, we have exposed them through videos. We've had speakers come in and speak to them in the languages and have them perform different little art activities and different things to expose them for our 3-year-olds. Our 4-year-olds are immersed into those languages through their curriculum. And again, reading and writing is done in English, but everything else for them is done within our languages. So they're really growing, and we're looking at them now. All of our 3-year-olds have been seated for our pre-K 4 program for next year, with the exception of 2, and those parents chose to do other things with their children. And all of our pre-K 4-year-old students have been seated for our regular kindergarten program for next year, so they will continue their language exploration and their language immersion as they go on. So currently, we're looking at expanding our program based on that information. We currently have 3 Spanish classes in 1st grade, and that will carry on to 2nd grade. So they're going from 2 to 3 in 3rd grade. And our French program is growing. We currently have 2 in every grade level except 5th grade. Next year, we will have 2 in 5th grade as well. So starting our babies early off with immersion is carrying on to their grade levels. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brandon Fontenot. I'm the principal of Capitol High School, the proud principal of Capitol High School. So we were fortunate enough to have the Reimagine grant as well. And as you know, when we took Capitol back, we had some stipulations, and we had to continue some of the programming that Capitol had, the existing programming that they had, and some of that programming was the digital media program. Some of the equipment that we received had to be replaced for various different reasons. So we used a lot of that money to replace some iPads, some iMacs, and things of that nature. We were fortunate enough to build out several different iMac labs. So now we have 3. We have a fully functional TV production center that we use, and we take care of all of the EBR sports productions that you see. Everything you see with them, Capitol High does. We also have our Focus Choice program. We have, I'm gonna mess up this, but it's the Entourage board, one of the only ones, the only one in Baton Rouge, and one of the few in the country, right? And curriculum that we have, we're fortunate enough to use that Reimagine grant to take care of. Do this, I did this, so if it's a little glitchy, blame me, not the kids, okay?
You know, it's usually about gearing up into building that portfolio and to getting certified in one of several Adobe programs. So I'm particularly proud of this current end-of-year project that I have my students doing. It's a series of presentations, a series of infographic presentations. Our first one is on Latino countries. So what they have to do is they have to read and research the country. They have to write and come up and formulate an outline for their presentation that includes the history of that country, landmarks, historic landmarks, food, famous people. Once they have their outline, then they have to flesh out each portion of the outline into paragraphs to create a cohesive paper, which they would then read as a narration for their media presentation. So it's lessons like these that I really feel like make my program special. It gives them real world type of projects. It gives them practical things that they can do, that they can take outside of my class and to work on immediately, while tying in academic elements, you know, reading, writing, research into the project and into digital media as well.
So our kids are able to explain how to do this, how to do Final Cut Pro, and how to get those certifications. So when they leave Capitol, they can immediately start making money and things of that nature. So we also use a portion of the Reimagine grant to do some dual enrollment classes, not exclusively, but a portion of it. So we had 101 kids that attempted dual enrollment classes. That is up from 0 from the previous year, okay? 93% of those kids earned an A, B, or C. I'm extremely proud of our kids. They can do it, okay? Now, because we're very strategic about it, over half of our seniors earned a dual enrollment credit. Why is that important? Because we lead our school with the SBS in mind, which means, because this year we're not going to have a score with the strength of diploma. We're not going to have a score with the graduation cohort. But when we do get that, that's all going to make our score shoot up, because that's important to my superintendent and it's important to me. Right? So that's why we do these things strategically, right? So, and we use that Reimagine grant to do so. We use that Reimagine grant to buy books for those dual enrollment classes. We also use that Reimagine grant for our ACT to retest those kids in the ACT and to retest those kids in work keys. Now, right now, we are currently over 30%. It's not where we want to be, but it's up from the 20.2% that they were at last year. Now, charge it to my head, not my heart, if I'm not correct with this. But according to my research, and I'm human, I could be mistaken, but I believe in 2016 or 2018, the highest that Capitol ever had was a 28, right? So we are higher. Now, this is all preliminary data. It could be a little lower, it could be a little higher, but we've gotten pretty good at predicting where we're going to land, okay? The preliminary data shows that we are higher than Capitol has ever been before. Now, we also used some of this money to buy additional things that we need, because when you take over a school that has been a charter for a long time or been with anybody else for a long time, you have to replace some things, because some things just naturally need to be replaced. And the district was good enough to allow us to do that, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Bethany. That's all I got. Thank you.
Greetings to President Powell Lewis, to the board.
to Superintendent Smith. I am Lewis Moore. I'm the principal, the proud principal of the Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts. We were very excited when we got this grant, so we did meet as a team. We got a lot of support from our district and from the state, and the number one thing was to develop a vision and a mission before we made this plan. So the vision is to offer and provide BRCVPA's Arts Integrated Curriculum and Fine Arts Program to more students across East Baton Rouge Parish. Our mission is to expand our school's student population, faculty and staff, and our arts program, to upgrade our materials and professional development, to grow, to enrich, and to sustain a rigorous arts integrated program at BRCVPA, resulting in increasing student achievement. So the focus of our expansion came in three ways. Number one, expansion in knowledge, and that's professional development, which I'll tell you real quickly about. Expansion in student population and staff, and expansion in materials and resources. So we started with observations of fine schools in the lovely city of Denver, Colorado. So as we went through and saw the beautiful mountainside and all of the dispensaries, and we went through and we saw some really great schools, performing arts schools, and we took some ideas from them. They had great art integration techniques that we can use. We also, while we were at Denver, we went to, and that's in 2023, we went to the ASCD conference, the Association of Supervision and Curriculum Development. And we learned about educational equity and improving student outcomes. So when we got ready to start the school year this year with the Reimagine grant funds, we had professional development and arts integration from the end of July of 2023 to the beginning of school. BRCVPA faculty and staff participated in professional development on implementing arts integration in the classroom from the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. To sum it up, our professional development experiences were that BRCVPA understands the importance of arts integration in our program. This is an approach to teaching in which students construct and demonstrate understanding through an art form such as visual arts, dance, and drama. Here comes the physical expansion. So we were able this school year to add the following positions: pre-K3 teacher, pre-K3 paraprofessional. And then we added a section to the following grades: kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and third grade. So the next year we will add fourth grade, and then the following year we will add fifth grade, which will complete the core subject expansion. For our additional fine arts positions, we added another visual art teacher, a dance teacher, drama, and general music, along with 3 paraprofessionals. The reason why is because our population increased. And our last slide. So the question is, what have we added and accomplished because of this Reimagine grant? We added a second set of art teachers to accommodate student population increase. We added new musical instruments and equipment to last for a decade or more, from xylophones, drums, piano, keyboards, violins, you name it, we added it for our kids so they can learn. In January 2024, BRCVPA established its first marching band on the elementary level. We're not quite Southern yet, but we're getting there. So we added art supplies that will last us for quite a long time. And also we added a new course, and we got the idea from Denver on technology in the arts. And for those students who are a little stage fright, they have a little stage fright or don't like to be on the stage, they're able to work the lights, the lighting, streaming, and things like that. So we have a 26 computer lab where they have a green screen, cameras, and things that they can use. They also do yearbook and other activities like that. So in a nutshell, the Reimagine grant has helped us to secure our dream to expand and maintain in the future. Thank you.
Dr. Bethley had 3 minutes to do her presentation, but that's what happens when you have a bunch of passionate leaders and you give them the mic. Ms. President Powell Lewis, that ends my superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you. We have comments and/or questions from our board. Mr. Lannis.
You can take me out the queue. I wanted to ask about capital, but I see the principal left. It's okay though. You good, doctor? We good.
Thank you. Ms. Soule.
Yes, I had a question about, okay, so the grant, when does the grant end? And then after it ends, these staff that were, I loved all this. This is fabulous. After the grant ends, what happens with the new staff that was hired?
Okay, so the grant will end September 30th, 2024. But we have a plan in place where we're going to use Title I funding and general fund and pre-K, LA4 to support the pre-K teachers and other funding for the arts teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, thank you so much for this presentation on the Reimagine grant and then updates from the superintendent. We will now go into our budget presentation. So with that, okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Smith. Tonight we'll give the initial preview of the 24-25 fiscal year budget. While we are still working through many different opportunities, this will give the board and the public an opportunity to see our focus areas and goals for the next fiscal year. The entire budget will be made available for public viewing no later than May 20th. A balanced budget is one which revenues exceed expenditures. As a district, our financial stability is of utmost importance. It allows us to provide for the instructional needs of our students and needs of our staff. Our goal is to align the financial goals of the district with the needs of our students. As we work through the ending of the ESSER funding, it is important to be aware of the rules the Department of Education requires of all school districts. As a district inclusive of Type 1 charters, the district must be in balance 3 of every 5 years. As the proposed budget approved by the board notates, the district will have a deficit balance for the 23-24 fiscal year. Moving forward, the district must work to ensure that we are financially sound in accordance with the guidance from LDOE. In discussions with board leadership, it is a district priority to ensure that we are financially healthy as a district. For the 24-25 fiscal year, the district is using the strategic plan to make financial decisions so that the instructional goals of the district align with the financial goals of the district. Our top 5 priorities, not in any specific order, are early childhood, literacy, high-dose tutoring, college and career readiness, and attendance and truancy. Revenues include the funds that the district receives from various sources. For example, our general fund revenues are from ad valorem property taxes, sales taxes, other local revenues inclusive of our Medicaid reimbursement, MFP, which is our state dollars, and federal indirect cost. Now, our federal indirect costs are based completely upon the percentage provided to us by LDOE, and they are provided to us through the grants that we receive from the federal government. Special revenue sources include our federal grants such as title funds, IDEA, our state grants inclusive of early childhood, and our local grants, which is inclusive of iCare and payments through donations for our interns that will be working throughout the summer and into next year with local businesses. This chart shows multiple items to understand the revenues of the district in total. The navy bars include the general fund revenues. The gray bar is our special revenues, as we just discussed. There's our federal grants, state grants, inclusive of ESSER. The green bar shows the total of the revenues received from all funds inclusive. Now you'll see several lines running across the top and one across the bottom. The orange bar at the bottom shows our staffing at the district level only. The blue line is our traditional district-run schools enrollment, and the green line is inclusive of all of our district schools, Type 1, Type 2, Type 5, and traditional schools. As you can see, in 2018, our general fund revenue was $442.9 million. Our special revenue was $187.2 for an inclusive of $630.1 million. As we continue on the trend, you can see the revenues continue to increase. It starts with 2020, 2021 as we begin with the COVID pandemic, the beginning of ESSER dollars, and the increases in sales taxes that then began. So as of 2024-2025, our proposed budget is $591 million for our general fund, $172.3 for our special revenues, for a total of $763.3 million. Our proposed enrollment at our traditional schools is 30,776, and overall totals with the assistance of the LDOE guidance is 43,963. This slide shows the relationship between projected revenues and net revenues, which is the decrease that we receive once the charter school portion of all local revenues and MFP are removed. As you know, all of our charter schools are funded through both local taxation and MFP money. Now in this, as different from the other slide that we previously saw, this is only inclusive of general fund and the 3 propositions. And the reason that that's only included of those are these are the only funds that receive local funds, ad valorem and sales tax. Now I have removed the part of capital projects from Proposition 1, and I have only included $4 million each year for Proposition 1. And the reason that is done is because $4 million is part of the information technology portion that we use for the Chromebooks throughout our district, and it's discretionary for the district. However, the rest of Proposition 1 is used to build our buildings, and that is what the taxpayers have specifically notated this tax for, and that is what we must do. So including it, we can't use it for anything else but buildings. So for this, I have included $4 million for Proposition 1 each year because they are allowed $40 million over the 10-year process. I've included General Fund, Prop 2, and Prop 3. So for 2018-19, the general fund revenue, the total revenue for general fund and the propositions was $488.8 million, with approximately $81 million going to the charter schools, for a total of $407.4 net revenue that year. Now, as you can see, while our revenues increase, so do the populations and the percentage amount as it is calculated through the local taxation for our charter schools. The projections for 24-25 are $644.4 million for the general fund and the propositions, $102.4 for type 1, $53.3 inclusive of our type 2 and type 5, for a total net revenues of $488.7 million. So our expenditures are money that the district spends on operating. And in this, I have included all funding sources. So salaries and benefits are 37% and 17%, which is inclusive of about 54%. And I know a lot of people say, well, Kelly, you've always said 70% of general fund is people. And that's true, but that's not true for every fund. For example, Proposition 1 is all building expenses. So when you look at it in total, about 54% is people. Professional services is 4%. Property services is 5%. Professional service, you would say, is contracts. Property services are things like water bills. Other purchase services, these are items such as travel and internet, which is 4%. Materials and supplies is 9%. Property is 1%. That is exactly what it sounds like. We bought property. And appropriations is 22%. The appropriations is inclusive of the portion that goes to the charter schools. So this chart shows multiple items to understand the district. The navy bars, again, show the total expenditures by general fund each year. The gray bar shows your special revenue funds, and the green shows the total expenditures overall. So in 2018-19, we had total general fund expenditures of $470.4 million, total special revenue funds of expenditures of $181 million, for a total of $651.4 million in expenditures. Now, as you continue on, you see the expenditures continue to grow, especially your special revenue account. That is the ESSER dollars. Now, we are expecting in 24-25 that you're going to see a significant drop because ESSER is sunsetting, ESSER is going away. So, to that fact, you can see it has trickled up all the way up for 23-24 for a total expenditures of $788.8 million. So in working through the 24-25 budget with administrative staff, it has been challenging, but we've seen so many opportunities for improvement and what we're going to do next. So salaries and benefits allows us to realize that we can strategically place people where it best preserves student achievement, because that is our goal, is student achievement. Contracted services, we look at everything. What are we doing? How is it performing? Have we seen improvements? Is this the goal of the district? Does this follow our strategic plan? Materials and supplies. ESSER dollars were used to buy many things. As one of the principals said, they bought instruments that will last them a decade. So we've bought things that we don't have to necessarily buy again because we used our money wisely. So there are currently 167 employees in ESSER funding right now. Now, I'm saying this is as a reflection of ESSER only, not a reduction of staff, simply that there are 167 positions currently in ESSER. 149 are school-based. These can be classroom teachers, paraprofessionals, and 18 are district-based. There are currently $30.7 million in contracts in ESSER that will either have to be decreased, restructured, kept, or eliminated completely. This can be inclusive of assessment platforms, high-dose tutoring, ACT preparation, strategic planning. There were a lot of different opportunities that ESSER gave us, things that we could purchase to assist the district in moving beyond the COVID crisis. Materials and supplies, again, it gave us an opportunity to decide what stays and what can go. Teacher gift cards, textbooks, obviously, we're always going to need textbooks. We're going to need library books. We're going to need research materials for our students. We're going to need materials of instruction for our teachers to teach our children. But it gives us an opportunity to review what is beneficial so that every student is equally served across the district. So you might see what's next. So this is our budget timeline. So right now, the administrative staff, we are finishing up our last pieces. We're putting the last pieces of the pie together so that we can share with board leadership and so we can make the final decisions of what we are going to present. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Mr. Gode.
Everyone knows I can't let a budget presentation go by without asking a question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I like the way it was laid out, and you did a very nice job of it. I do have one question, though, as we do the underlying assumptions on the budget. And I would just like you guys, you don't need nothing to respond now, but I'd like for you guys to take a look at it. When I look at the numbers, I just had them written down here. Here we go. When I look at the numbers, it implies on the enrollment side, it implies, or what it says here is from 22-23 to 23-24, the total charter school enrollment was essentially flat. And then from 23-24 to 24-25, it's showing a 2,317 student increase in the charter numbers.
Two type 2s opened.
But we have a type 1 that's already announced they're closing and things like that. So I realize this is a number, but I think that's a number that, because I don't see us going down in enrollment this big. Which type 2s are opening?
Discovery Health opened last year, as
Last
well
year?
as Kenilworth. Yeah, I thought you were speaking of 23-24.
No,
I
no,
apologize.
I'm talking about 23-24 to 24-25. Looking at your numbers here, it's showing well over a 20% increase in charter students and a corresponding decrease in our students.
Sure.
I need to be convinced of that.
Sure, and all I can use for our type 2s and type 5s is the guesstimate that I receive from LDOE. I have no idea.
Well, that's what you can use for basis. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what we have to put in our budget.
Absolutely.
And so I think we need to have a full review of all of those numbers, because it just doesn't look, when I look at from a 10,000 foot level, it just doesn't look right.
Happy to do it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions from the board, thank you so much. Ms.
thought I said
Lopez,
something.
did you have any comments? Mr. Smith, okay. All right, so as we move to item D4, Superintendent Search Update, if there is no objection, I would like to share the Superintendent Search and Selection updates immediately ahead of item H1 under New Business, considering the relative context of that particular item to the search and selection process. Okay? All right, thank you. And we will now move to Alphabet E, which are reports from board appointments to committees and agencies. Are there any reports from any of our community committees? Okay, all right. All right, now moving to item F, or Alphabet F, unfinished business. Item 1, school relocation, J.K. Haynes Teacher Prep and Leadership Academy, consideration of a request to relocate and house J.K. Haynes Teacher Prep and Leadership Academy at the Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy site for the 2024-2025 school year. Is there a motion? Okay.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to, you were going to do it, Mr. Rust. You go right in.
Thank you. I move to send this item back to a date to be determined to the Facilities and Operations Committee.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Rust, and I'm assuming seconded by Mr. Martin, to move this particular item back to the Operations and Facilities Committee to a date uncertain. Okay, comments from the board, and of course I've entered into the queue. And so I just wanted to share, number one, thank you to some of my colleagues who actually came out and visited both Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Academy as well as J.K. Haynes with me a couple of Fridays ago. Also, those who attended were not only myself, but Mr. Smith, Ms. Sule, and Mr. Russ. And I would like to just simply request, as already stated, that we would defer this particular item to give us more time to determine what might be the best alternative for all the involved stakeholders. We toured, like I said, SPEMA and J.K. Haynes. We saw clearly where room was available. We also saw clearly the condition of J.K. Haynes as well. I did have the opportunity to speak privately with Ms. Davis, who is the principal of SPEMA, or Scotlandville Pre-Engineering Magnet Academy. I hope to speak with Dr. James, who is the principal of J.K. Haynes, in a private meeting as well. I also would like to speak with the Haynes family, who has a deep and rich legacy within the J.K. Haynes Elementary School. And then beyond that, I would like to engage in a community meeting that would include all stakeholders of possible options. So depending on where we decide to transfer those students to, or what we want that to look like, I hope to have a community meeting with those individuals or those stakeholders as well. So I appreciate the motion and the second that has been given on behalf of this situation. Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, President Powell-Lewis. I think you summed it up pretty well, that we did have the opportunity to do some site visits to the schools and give some thought to the plan that was presented by Superintendent Smith and his team. I think after seeing those in person and looking at the different challenges that we face with these two different schools and that plan, we don't feel confident that, or at least I don't feel confident that that might be the best solution, but I think there are other opportunities on the table. And I think the main thing is thinking about what is going to be the best learning environment for children. How do we make sure that we consider the impact on the community, on decisions we can make around those two schools? And in a broader sense as well, a lot of my pause and objection with this item has to do with just a lack of a context for how these decisions could play into the bigger picture of our school portfolio, not just as an entire parish, but also just in that community. And so I don't think that we need to make hasty decisions, but I do want to do what is best for those kids in those schools. And I do believe that we need to come up with a strategy for the children and families that are at the J.K. Haynes School. And so, I've made it to my request to Superintendent Smith that we look at some other scenarios that we could present to the board. We want to give them time to think through that and decide when it's a good time to put that back in front of the board, and also give you, Ms. Powell-Lewis, time to talk to your district, engage those conversations. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and thank you for making sure we got to go see those schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent Smith, can you remind me where we are in the selection process for families to decide where they're going to school for the next school year? Has that already passed, or
As it relate to the magnet portal, or just in general?
Well, I guess both, actually, if we can have both.
Well, we're in the process of rolling students over based off their home attendance zone for scheduling purposes with our schools. Now, for the magnet portal, are we in the second round? Second round for those under-described schools where we still have space for enrollment. Of course, we have space at some of our focused choice schools, but we're in the scheduling process now with rolling students over. For example, when you have like fifth graders rolling over to sixth grade, your eighth graders roll over to ninth grade, and so we're in the process of getting that done.
Okay. And so I think that answer. I just wanted, as a practical matter, those students that are currently attending school at J.K. Haynes, how soon they need to make a decision. And
well, we would like to hopefully come back with a few scenarios that we can bring to the operations committee. Hopefully we can, after meeting with the stakeholders in that community, what we would like to do is come up with some guiding principles on how we make those decisions. One option is to try to keep kids as close as to their home attendance zone because of busing. We don't want to bus kids outside. And generally, for history, we've had a family of schools in that area. Progress, Ryan Elementary, and Crestworth. Those traditionally has been a family of schools where we would allow families to stay in those schools even if they kind of moved around in that area. The second thing we want to look at, facilities. We want to place students in the best facilities, the best environment, and then other options that we want to look at, which is most important, the academic performance, to make sure that we have teachers ready and available to provide the best instruction for those students. And so we'll develop a criteria, some guiding principles to make the best decisions for those students.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Soule.
Thanks. I see SPEMA staff is back there. Thank y'all for being here. I know you've been working all day with the kids. I appreciate it. Is anyone from J.K. Haynes here? I just want to tell you how much I appreciated getting to see your school and what you're doing there. And at J.K. Haynes as well, it was a privilege to get to see the campuses. And I'm sure it can sound a little frustrating that we're still not quite sure, but we are thinking about it and want to make sure that we do it as best for kids and for families. And so I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now turn to comment from the public. Dr. Finney.
As I believe Mr. Ballou noted, it's late April. School starts in August. The first rule as a board should be don't jerk parents around. I don't think that school should have ever been opened. I think it was a bad idea to try to perpetuate whatever was going on there. Focused choice schools are a bad idea, but it's April. So the first rule should be don't break something that shouldn't be broken. You moved into that school, you made a commitment that you were going to at least try this teacher prep. I'm not sure that anything's actually happening, but spend some money, make that building tolerable, try to get some of those 650 students that have been poorly served by IDEA and get them to go about a mile or two west and see if you can have a functional program. And if not, decide in about November or December that it was an experiment gone wrong. And please drop the J and the K so that the name of the school can be alphabetized like it's the name of a school. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment cards, are there any online? No. Okay. Okay, no online comments. We will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote, and this is to send this item back to the Facilities and Operations Committee for review on a date uncertain. Okay, thank you.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the consent agenda, alphabet G. Mr. Gaudet.
Thank you. Item G1, the consent vote. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. 2, summer part-time rate. Consideration request to amend the summer 2024 salary schedule to approve a 40% increase in compensation for summer part-time employees specified. 3, new job descriptions. Consideration of request for the approval of the following new jobs descriptions as referenced in the document New Jobs Descriptions, Strategic Alliance, Operational Excellence. Amended job descriptions. Consideration of request for approval of the following amended job descriptions. A, Administrative Director. B, Registered Nurse, Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. BR Flame Early Child Care. Consideration of request for the approval of the conversion of the Type 3 Early Learning Center / Micro Center at BR Flame to a Type 3 Early Child Care provider. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, CCAP, B3, Reduced Tuition. BRC VPA Early Child Care. Consideration of request for the approval of the conversion of the Type 3 Early Learning Center / Micro Center at BRC VPA to a Type 3 Early Child Care provider. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, CCAP, B3 / Reduced Tuition. Number 7, Capital Elementary Child Care. Consideration of request for the approval of the conversion of the Type 3 Early Learning Center / Micro Center at Capital Elementary to a Type 3 Early Child Care provider. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, ECE funds. Excuse me. Number 8, Contract Agreement, Program Management Services. Consideration request for the approval of a contract agreement between East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and CSRS / Tillage for program management services in the amount of $6,762,196.45 over a 5-year period. 9, School Closure and Relocation. Consideration of request for the approval of the following: closure of White Hills Elementary. B, relocation of Brownsfield Elementary to 11615 Ellen Drive with a new attendance zone encompassing the combined area of the former attendance zones for White Hills and Brownsfield Elementary Schools and maintaining the Brownsfield Elementary Site Code. 10, RFP, Data Aggregation Project, School Facilities. Consideration request authorizing the superintendent and staff to issue a request for proposals for a data acquisition project as phase one of a broader intended facilities master plan. Such data aggregation project to be completed by August 15th, 2024, and incorporating existing information regarding the following: enrollment and demographic data from all publicly available sources, as well as other recently conducted local sources, an updated facilities inventory that includes building conditions and analysis of both capacity and utilization, an update on ongoing and completed tax plan projects. In addition, the project should also include develop and document for the recommendation to the board guidelines for an optimal school facility characteristics. Establish standards for ranking facility plan priorities. The Operations Committee Chair and Co-Chair are authorized to review the submitted responses to the RFP and make a recommendation for the acceptance to the board leadership with final approval at a regular meeting of the board. That is the end of consent items, and I move that we, do I need to make the motion now or let people pull off first?
I think let people pull first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Landis, are you pulling an item?
9,
Okay.
school closure and relocation.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lewis, thank you.
Items 3 and 4, new job descriptions and amended job descriptions.
Okay. You, seeing no other, we will now receive a motion with the exception of items 3, 4, and 9.
I move that we accept the consent agenda, or we approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of item 3, 4, and item 9.
Thank you. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Landis that we accept the consent agenda with the exceptions of items 3, 4, and 9. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now turn to comments from the public. Okay. All right. Seeing none, we will now return to you. Okay, Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. With respect to items 5, 6, and 7, I would hope that you would soon expend some energy as a board in making provisions for the education of every 4-year-old that would choose to walk to their neighborhood school and have a seat before we go farther down the path of making room for 3-year-olds and housing private businesses in public facilities. With respect to 8, you went through a fairly exhaustive process to figure out how to spend $30,000 or $40,000 on community engagement, and I'm glad you did. So I'm disturbed that you want to just keep going with CSRS before you even give any thought to the possibility that there might be a better organization out there to work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is in regards to the consent agenda with the exceptions of 3, 4, and 9. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, returning to G3, new job descriptions, consideration of a request for the approval of the following new job descriptions as referenced in the document, new job descriptions, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board? Mr. Lewis.
President Powell, I think that there's just still too many unanswered questions. Conversations I've had throughout the week and also with fellow colleagues. I think we need to take that back to the Finance Committee and discuss it further.
Okay, so you're moving to send this particular
Send it
item?
to the Finance Committee.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there a date in mind?
Date uncertain.
Okay. All right, so it has been moved by Mr. Lewis that item 3, new job descriptions, be sent back to the...
Point of order. I already had a motion on the board and Mr. Lewis seconded it. I don't know if he meant to second it, if you'd like to withdraw that second.
Please,
Okay.
scratch it off.
Okay, so,
I'll take the motion. I'll take the second.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So this is
Lannis.
the substitute motion being put forward.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, so there is a substitute motion on the floor to send item 3, new job descriptions, back to the Finance Committee to a date uncertain. And is there a second for the substitute motion? Okay, and it has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Okay, comments from the board in regards to the substitute motion? Okay, Mr. Godey.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to say something pretty radical. It's going to surprise folks. And I know Mr. Finney, Dr. Finney will not like this, what I say. But I really think that as we get down into the depths of individual job descriptions, we are removing ourselves from being a policy board to getting into the details of running the system. We control all of this by the financial purse strings. And if we don't like some of the things like that, we can not fund them or we can remove them. But this is the kind of reason why we end up with, 30,000 job descriptions in the computer system that no one knows what they are and things like that. This is the kind of thing that I don't think that the board, if it'd be up to me, I would not have the board have to approve a job description, because that is the responsibility of running the district for the superintendent to do. And our checks and balances on that is the purse strings and approving the budget. And so I just think that this is getting too much into the detail of running the district, and I'll be voting against the substitute motion. Just because I don't think that's what we're supposed to be here. I think we ought to be debating how do we make kids literate, how do we do all these things, and not getting into the details of a job description. Because organizational charts change, things change, technology changes, all of these things change. And by putting things in such shackles, one of the reasons why we had so many job descriptions and so many job descriptions not really officially approved is because people didn't want to bring them to the board because things get held up. And what happens if you got to go hire somebody? And yeah, I recognize it's putting some faith and trust in the superintendent to do the right thing, but we're trusting him with a $700 million budget. And if we don't like what he's doing, we cut the budget. There's lots of things we can do in that. So I think this is a level of too much control that if we're going to really be a policy board, we need to take a step back. That's just my personal opinion. I respect the right of anyone to have a different one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning. I was about to say, Miss April, make sure you bring me his cards.
Thank you. I oppose the substitute motion, and if it happens to come back to the original motion, I will oppose that too for a different reason. The reason I'm opposed to the substitute motion is that this can has already been kicked down the road over and over and over again. Every month, this administration and prior administrations keep hiring people, keep paying people with no job descriptions. You have a policy that the superintendent shall keep a list of job descriptions. And everybody that works for this system should know exactly what their job description is. And until you make some movement somewhere in the right direction, you're just sticking your heads in the sand. So my suggestion would be not either, but both. Go ahead and approve these so that the people that are already employed actually have job descriptions, at least more of them do than do now, and put some pretty stringent demands on Mr. Smith and his designees so that at the May appropriate committee, there is a list of every job description that you would consider approving in one lump sum, all 300 or whatever. And for the current employees, they should be able to tell you who is attached to each of those job descriptions. That will be a challenge. It's not just this administration. It wasn't just Dr. Narcisse. This has been a problem for years, if not decades, if not the life of this district. You should demand it get fixed, and it get fixed in the next few weeks before you even think about considering a budget proposal. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board, and this is on the substitute motion. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, I'm going to turn to Board Attorney Gwen Shamlin. Can you give us some insight on this, on procedures for moving forward on job descriptions?
With all due respect, Mr. Golday, and he and I have talked about this, it is a statutory requirement that boards approve a job description. I think, and I know he's talking about the level of detail, how much you go into it, but it is a statutory requirement. And so boards are required to approve a job description at the superintendent's recommendation.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on the substitute motion to send item 3, new job descriptions, back to the Finance Committee for recommendation of a date uncertain.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. Item G4, amended job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following amended job descriptions. Alphabet A, Administrative Director. Alphabet B, Registered School Nurse. Strategic Alignment, Operational Excellence. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Ballou and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, Mr. Russ.
Since Mr. Lewis seconded, I will try to help here and recommend that we send this item back to the Finance Committee at a date to be determined. Substitute motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that you move that.
I move that.
Okay, all right.
We're going to get this right.
Yes, so the substitute motion is to send item 4, amended job descriptions, back to the Finance Committee for recommendation with a date uncertain. Did I say that correctly? Okay. All right, so it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board at this time on the substitute motion? Okay, seeing no comments from the board at this time, we will now turn to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. Assuming that the substitute motion passes so that you consider these together, I would encourage whoever the chair of that appropriate committee is, and I can't remember who it is, take this up immediately and expand it based on the comments on the last budget item, or the last agenda item that I made. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. I see one potential problem going down the path if we delay this, because one of those amended job descriptions is for the registered nurse, and those are people that we're trying to hire now. to be able to staff for the beginning of the school year. And I understand some of the concerns, but we just can't stop things from working. And so I don't know if a suggestion might be to vote this down and have a second substitute motion that only approves the registered nurse. But I don't think any of us have much issue with the registered nurse job description. And I think we're kind of using a sledgehammer to do this, or ask for a friendly amendment. I don't know what it's called.
Well.
Okay, well.
But you could move. Yeah, I believe, if I remember the parliamentary lecture last time, you could move, you could make a motion to amend that motion to read the way you want it to read.
But there's already a motion and a substitute motion on the floor.
Actually, Mr. Lewis could withdraw, well.
I'll withdraw.
Mr. Russ could withdraw.
I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Yeah.
Can't amend a substitute motion?
Why don't you make a new substitute motion with the nurses?
So, Mr. Martin, do you agree with Mr. Russ in withdrawing your motion?
Sure.
Okay, so the substitute motion has been withdrawn.
You make a new motion.
I move that, let me pull this up here. I move that we separate items, or bifurcate, thank you, bifurcate items A and B into two separate items, and move to, I'm going to have to get some help from Mr.
Russ,
Shamlin
yeah,
on this one.
let me help you out. So you would make a motion to bifurcate the item.
Mm-hmm.
We would have to take a vote on the bifurcation and then consider each item separately.
Got it. All right, so I move to bifurcate items A and B.
All right, so Mr. Russ has moved to, made a motion to bifurcate items 4A from 4B. Is there a second? Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we return to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. The registered nurse would not be the only employees hired without a job description. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to get involved, I would suggest a substitute motion that the superintendent immediately remove from the employment roles anybody that doesn't have a board-approved job description. It's a thought. So go ahead and bifurcate. This could get interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public at this time, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote, and this is to bifurcate item 4A from 4B.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. So this means that I will go back and read 4A. So now we are now about to address item 4A, amended job descriptions, consideration of a request for the approval of the following amended job description, Alphabet A, Administrative Director. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board?
So just a point of order, I think Mr. Rust had wanted to move it to, yeah.
Okay,
I just wanted to clarify what the motion was.
thank you. Mr. Rust, was that your motion to move this item 4A to a date uncertain?
That is accurate.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to move 4A back to the Finance Committee for recommendation with a date uncertain. Okay, all right, and Mr. Martin, you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, comments from the board? Okay, comments from the public? All right, comments from the board? We will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4B, amended job descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following amended job description. Alphabet B, registered school nurse. Is there a motion on the floor? It is.
I move we recommend approval of the job, amended job descriptions for B, registered school nurse.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gode. So it has been moved by Mr. Gode that item 4B be approved. Okay, all right. Is there a second? Second. It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none. Comments from the public? Dr. Finney.
Catch up on the paperwork in a moment. I don't recall that this board ever had a full discussion on whether you wanted to bring healthcare back into schools run by employees. And I believe Ms. Matthews mentioned at the last meeting that hiring nurses doesn't cut it if you're not hiring folks with different skill levels and a lower cost. So this doesn't solve the problem. It may be an important step, but it's not sufficient even if it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Dr. Finney makes a good point, and I'd like to ask the superintendent for an update at the next Finance Committee meeting regarding that whole nurse program. We, expressed some concern when we were voting on that contract item, several months ago, that we needed to see the totality of the plan for how we're going to be handling those services. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote on item 4B.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4.9, school closure and relocation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following. A, closure of White Hills Elementary. B, relocation of Brownsfield Elementary to 11615 Ellen Drive with a new attendance zone encompassing the combined area of the former attendance zones for White Hills and Brownsfield's elementary schools and maintaining the Brownsfield Elementary site code. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Lannis. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Okay, Mr. Lannis.
Judith and Mr. Morales, come on down. I like your coat. So as Mr. Morales comes down, let me just say, for the interest of this particular item, I have seen the level of detail you all have put into this particular project, and I just want to say my hat goes off to you. Thank you, Mr. Morales, for your descriptions. Whenever we've met, in the new safety points inside of that school is thoroughly understood. The parents are going to appreciate it. The kids are definitely going to appreciate it, and I know the employees are. Have we broken ground yet? I haven't. That's the only thing I didn't know about. I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're scheduled to open in August.
Yes, I was going to
Okay.
say, you mean an official groundbreaking
Yes, ma'am.
ceremony? There was no official groundbreaking ceremony.
Well, I'll leave that up to Soup. I know he gonna.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, but no, that's all I really wanted to know about this. About this was really the process of where we are versus where we started off at. But thank you again. I cannot wait until we can unveil this to our entire community. I know White Hills is moving to that school. We know we voted on it quite some time ago. But when we saw the scores, actually they're already together right at White Hills because when they start doing the building. So what I can tell you is when I saw that the scores had increased, even though we know that we moved those students there, I know we did something special. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now return to comments from the public. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. When the White Hills facility is emptied, I hope it is not left to fall apart as appears to be the tradition of this organization. And in fact, I would suggest that rather than paying private companies to run storefront daycare facilities in Baker, that perhaps the White Hills facility could be repurposed for that use. But anyway, it shouldn't be ignored and then you'd be surprised when the windows get broken or somebody lights a fire because they're trying to stay warm. Also, to Mr. Lannis's point, those scores should have been combined 2 or 3 years ago when the schools were merged. This is twice that the different administrations have pulled a stunt of having merged student bodies and pretending there are 2 different schools. I was worried that might be the case if you move Haynes Elementary across and effectively merge it with the middle school. So absolutely this is the thing to do, and it should be a cautionary tale that site codes should reflect sites. And you have some fixing to do with respect to the alternative schools. But I'm in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Thank you. We have now moved to new business, alphabet H. And before we entertain the first item, I will go ahead and give the superintendent search and selection process update. First, I would like to say thank you to Cognia, who has already started with interviewing school board members to record our priorities. Colleagues, if you have not scheduled your opportunity to speak with Cognia, please make sure that you do. That leads to the rest of the work that they need to do. They are currently creating a survey to ask community stakeholders to rank and give their perspective of the priorities that we have given as a board. And so community, that will be coming out soon. It has also been the request of Mr. Lewis as well to make sure that we reach out to every community stakeholder that we have contact information for within our district to make sure that the survey is sent out. And it's literally just asking you to rank the priorities based on what has been given by the school board members, and Cognia will create the report for that. So you should be receiving that within the near future. Then there will be a series of community engagement meetings which will take place within the next 2 weeks. What was stated is that they will take place no later than May 10th. And aside from a virtual community engagement meeting and a specific engagement meeting for our community and/or business partners. I am recommending that the following regional meetings be held in the upcoming weeks. And as we've talked about before, that there will be 3 regional meetings. And so within those regions, one of the meetings will be inclusive of District 2, 3, and 4 combined. And Mr. Lannis, the hope is that we could have that at Glen Oaks High School in the near future. The next would be Districts 5, 7, and 8 combined. And the hope is that, Mr. Gode, this would be held at Liberty High School, so we will work with those individuals at that school. And then the other would be with Districts 1, 6, and 9 combined. And Mr. Martin, the hope is that we can host that at Tara High School. And so we will hear more about that within the near future, but those are the regions that have been listed or that have been recommended. Additionally, considering the level of work and the need for objectivity and neutrality in this process, I am requesting that an ad hoc superintendent search and selection committee of the school board be created and facilitated under a permanent or until a permanent superintendent is selected. This committee would receive the reports of Cognia, followed by the rest of the board. Also, this committee would recommend the scope and sequence of the superintendent application process. This committee would also recommend a necessary superintendent selection consulting firm in regards to the item that we will hear in just a moment. And then also that this committee would recommend 3 final superintendent candidates for the full board to interview based on the applications and select. Of course, this would lead to the selection of semifinalists and finalists as well. Also, this committee would indeed have to agree to meet at a set time and date, no less than bi-weekly, which would be alternating weeks. And of course, we know those meetings would be held publicly. I would like to extend an invitation to the following board members for their service on the ad hoc superintendent search and selection committee. First would be yours truly, Carla Powell-Lewis. The additional invitations include the following: Vice President Patrick Martin, Board Member Mark Ballou, Board Member Emily Sule, and Board Member Shoshone Stewart. Thanks in advance for your collaboration and support. I hope that you accept my invitation and feel free to ask any questions at this time. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you for that complete rundown. I very much appreciate it because we feel like we've been kind of operating in a vacuum here. So I appreciate the specificity of things that you have. I would request that you consider one change in that. I think as a board, we ought to receive all applications, and the ad hoc committee should recommend 3 finalists, not select 3 finalists, so that the board has an opportunity to look at all of the applicants, and the ad hoc committee is not winnowing down the field prematurely. I would greatly accept the recommendations, but I have a little bit of a pushback on the selection of the finalists. Secondly, that's five board members you have. Is there any issues with quorums?
Mr. Shamlin, I'll lean on your expertise with that.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, sir. It's an ad hoc committee of the board, so the intention, I think, of the chair, of the president, is that it will function in an open meetings capacity, which means all meetings will be noticed, open to the public, so that the public can be privy to the conversation.
And recognize that in a personnel decision as sensitive as a superintendent selection, that may or may not be the best path forward, but I'll leave that to you. I personally would recommend against that. So you could have committee meetings where frank and free discussions could be had without everyone, and I'm not trying to say I'm hiding anything, because all this is going to come before the public body and do all these sorts of things. I think making your ad hoc committee have a quorum and open meetings laws and everything is something you might want to reconsider. But that's up to you to decide. Thank you.
That leads to another question for me, Mr. Shamlin. So at any point in that process, would we be allowed to go into executive session if we needed to?
Because it's functioning under the same rules, it's open meetings, you would have to take a vote, and 2/3 of that body would have to approve going into executive session. So it would be the same requirements as for our board meeting.
Thank you. Also, I will accept that recommendation as well, Mr. Gode, to make sure that we all receive all the applications and then just receive a recommendation based on that. Thank you. Okay, all right. So this leads to our voting item tonight.
So should I make that as a substitute, as a motion for what you just said, or, because I'm willing to withdraw my motion because you included what you're going to do in my motion.
Okay, so I think I got lost in what he just said, so.
I don't believe that Ms. Powell had you read the item into the record?
No, I haven't.
Right, and so there's no motion. And so, Mr. Gode, are you saying that because she's included in her plans that you?
Well, she included in the plan that ad hoc committee would go through, look for search firms and that sort of thing. And the purpose of the motion was to make sure we had a search firm. And so if she's doing that in the ad hoc committee, I don't see the need for the motion. If we accept her ad hoc committee as a motion, I don't know if we have to, or
No.
we can just.
So by policy, she has the authority to create that ad hoc committee?
Then I will withdraw the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Well, thank you so much.
So you're withdrawing the motion and we'll have to pull the item, which we can do?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Just a point on,
Yes.
where are we here? What, because there was no motion, are we still going to consider item 1? I'm not sure.
No, I withdrew it.
So you're withdrawing this item?
Right.
Pulling the item from the agenda, yes.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So,
There's no item to speak on.
right.
You have advertised to the public that you will have discussion on this item. It would be appropriate to give the public an opportunity to speak.
If I, point of
Mr. Shamlin.
clarification, if I could suggest.
Yes.
We do need to read the item. I want to say we need to read the item since it's on the
Okay.
agenda. I would suggest ask for a motion. If there is no motion, then the item fails. Correct, Mr. Shamlin?
Okay.
Or you can make a motion to defer the item indefinitely if needed.
Makes the motion.
Then it just fails,
Just let
yes.
it fail.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gode. Thank you, Mr. Russ. Okay. All right, so, item H1, new business, solicitation, consideration of a request for the authorization for board leadership and staff to obtain a minimum of 3 quotes to provide for the solicitation of firms or other entities to facilitate the hiring of a new superintendent with a recommendation from board leadership to the board at a special meeting of the board on May 9, 2024 or earlier. Is there a motion? Okay. Considering that there is no motion, this item does fail. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're now to H2, new business resolution, consideration of a request to adopt a resolution expressing opposition to the proposed Louisiana State Constitutional Amendment, which would allow funding through the minimum foundation program and possible new taxes of new public school districts without any vote by the local parents and taxpaying citizens impacted by the creation of a new district as detailed in Louisiana House Bill 6 by State Representative Emily Chenevert, District 66 of the 2024 regular session of the Louisiana Legislature. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you. I'll be quick, but I'll be very clear. To me, this is an okey-doke move. We clearly know what is designed behind it. Having this type of resolution, I think, on behalf of our board, says that we support our system, we support our families, we support our teachers, and we support everything that is East Baton Rouge Parish. Some can say this is something being taken up with the legislature, but I say we send our own message. And that message is we support East Baton Rouge Parish schools today, tomorrow, and in the future. Anybody who's willing to vote no on this, you send a clear message to our whole entire community that you don't stand for it. And I end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the author or carrier of the bill, Representative Ms. Chenevert, if she would please come to the mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Board. It's good to see you. I'm very happy to be here because I definitely want to clarify and clear up, I think, some information that is definitely not the intent of some legislation. I'm going to read a little bit about what this piece of legislation drafted and what this intent of this legislation is. And I'm going to be real clear and I'm going to read to you what is in the current Constitution and just the thought behind this legislation. HB 6 is a constitutional amendment that would be brought to the vote of the people this fall that would remove the prohibition against any school system other than those names specifically written in the Constitution. So currently, how every school system has been created, we have to have a constitutional amendment to write the names of these schools in our Constitution, okay? We all know how that process works. I'm sure most of you do. In the past, currently, I'm going to read from the Constitution. Currently, the Constitution lists the Central Community School District, the Zachary Community School System in East Baton Rouge Parish, municipalities of Baker and East Baton Rouge Parish, Monroe and Ouachita Parish, and Bogalusa and Washington Parish, and no others. Those words, no others, are in the current Constitution. What this bill would do is strike through no others and add any other school system created by the legislature. So what it is that a legislatively approved school district, if these 5 school systems had the ability to have the state MFP dollars and the local ability to levy taxes, this is what we're trying to do, is to pull it out of constantly editing, amending our Constitution to put it in. And so the intent is that. Currently on the floor, and it was by my doing and researching and figuring out what happens in statute currently, let's just say hypothetically, that we want to consolidate anywhere in the state of Louisiana. Currently in the Constitution, to consolidate, you have to have, as you should, a majority vote of the local electors where those school systems and those parishes would be impacted. They would have to have a vote locally. That is currently in the Constitution under consolidation. So when I went back to the staff and I said, if it's that way for consolidation, it should be the same way for division. Hence, when I went to the floor and wanted to amend it and say, I want to make sure, because as it's written, it appears that the intent is to do something harmful and remove the local vote. But if it's in the Constitution, if you were to consolidate, it should be in the Constitution if we are to divide. And so the change here is basically where there's 3 levels currently when you go to a vote for a constitutional amendment. It has to pass statewide. First it passes the legislature, passes statewide, and then it actually goes to a local vote. That piece that's always happened, that piece is going to remain as it should. We should have a local vote. But North Louisiana, and talking to colleagues on the floor, North Louisiana and their areas don't understand what's taking place maybe in a different area of the state. South Louisiana maybe have something going on that North Louisiana, their school districts, it's a totally different dynamic. And this is about supporting the local community where the local buy-in and what people care about. And so my intent is never to take away the local vote of the people if we're creating a school district. I just want to be very clear. And if it came across that way in an original amendment, I understand, and there's no hard feelings. Not my intent in any capacity. And so there's a lot of discussion right now at the Capitol about a possible, constitutional convention. There's a lot of things that are shaking up, and there's a lot of things that can happen this fall. And I fully understand that. There's another discussion that some of these issues should be in statute, in law, that we can debate on the House floor, so we don't have to keep amending the Constitution and keep adding it, because we have one of the longest constitutions in the country, right? Actually, I do think Alabama's a little longer than us. So I just want to make that very clear. So it's not the intent to remove the vote of the people. And I'm working with the legislative staff. We talked about some language today, because currently my language, basically, I do want to read something really quick. I know I want to keep my time because I understand timing. It's same way, a little bit different over there at the Capitol. But there's a recent example, kind of like a proposed amendment. I want to read something for a provision about constitutional amendments in the Constitution. And there's a bigger piece here, but I want to mention this out of the Constitution about a breakaway school district. A proposed amendment directly affecting not more than 5 parishes or areas within not more than 5 parishes shall become part of this Constitution only when approved by a majority of the electors voting therein, their state, and also a majority of the electors voting therein in each affected parish. And it is followed, this is per the staff, it is followed by a similar provision regarding municipalities. And so what happens is, currently, if a constitutional vote takes place, when it passes statewide, they actually have to go and make sure in those precincts where those school districts are, what's the vote there? And so we're going to keep that local vote. We're not changing that. We're just saying we got to stop amending the Constitution left and right, and we're going to stop from a statewide vote. And so I just wanted to be real clear on that so that you understand. And, that's why I wanted to be here and share that so you understood what HB 6 was and what the effort there is. It's about statewide. It's about having a local buy-in and community schools. And it's about, I think this is a very pro-public school thing. I think it's giving local buy-in to communities that are going to be able to have this conversation and figure it out. And I'll also say it's a lot of work for a legislature, someone who's elected, to go to the legislature and to draft a bill. This is not drafting a new school district. This is not creating a new school district right now. This is a policy that says we're shifting a little bit how maybe they've been created, because we're constantly amending our Constitution over and over and over. And so I just wanted to share that so you would know what it is. And my language on this, and I'll leave it at this, was we're working on some language, but including language like existing school district and within the boundaries, and the new school district as well in those boundaries, that those would be able to vote. So everybody will be able to vote. Not just the piece of the school district, but the parish area that's impacted. And so we all know we already have other school systems within EBR. We have Central, we have Zachary, and we have Baker. And so I just wanted to be very clear that it is never my intent to take away the local vote of the people. For the record, I have always supported the local vote. I will continue to support the local vote. That is how we all get elected, local voting. So I just want to be real clear. It's a pleasure to be here. And I don't know if y'all take questions now or later, but whatever. I can come back up if I need to.
Thank you, Ms. Chenevert. I apologize for running over on my time, but thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you very much. I'm going to abstain from this item because as important as the issue is, and I understand the reasons for the sentiments that my colleague, Mr. Lannis, expresses, this is really fundamentally not related to how we go about educating our kids and teaching them to read and write in this district. And for me, that's our highest priority and time that we spend talking about these kind of issues that are really entrusted to the legislature is not time that we're spent trying to improve the provision of education services to the kids in this district. So that's why I'm going to be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Univer, can you come up? Thank you. Thank you for coming as well. I had a question in regards, I understand that it doesn't take the local vote away, but at the same time, doesn't this bill also give an opportunity backdoor for a district to be created that would affect our MFP funds?
So I can break down a little bit of that, and I've talked to the Department of Education specifically about this. And I really asked about what's the most recent where this took place, because that's very important. And it really breaks down per student. And they did like an estimate not too long ago in 2019, because there are discussions about school districts. We all know that. And I'm very open and honest about that up front. And I'm happy to have any conversation about that. But the truth is this, is that basically it's broken down per student, which the average state MFP right now, which y'all know is about $5,500. In 2019, there was an idea of what would happen if you had an independent school district, whether it's Southeast Baton Rouge, whether the city of St. George gets a ruling in the future. And so it could be all different scenarios, correct? So the discussion was looking at what could happen. And in that idea, when I was talking to her, I actually talked more about this today more than ever, was that it all determines on that area that is creating that school district, okay, per student. And so when they did a rundown in 2019 of what happened, the students that are in EBR, so let's say, and I'm not talking about the new district, there was a new district form, let's say the city of St. George, right? They talked about how this per student dollar would actually increase for those students. This is what I'm being told when they ran kind of this estimation in 2019, okay? So there would be more money basically based on, it's considered on taxes, it's considered on the students there on poverty line. So there would be more of an increase from state dollars to that system than currently. And I'm telling you, this is when I'm on the phone with Department of Education today, taking notes on this. And so whereas maybe a new area, they would maybe get, City of St. George, may get less, a little bit less under the average based on their tax dollars and what's coming in that area. So it all depends on the students in the school system, poverty, how the taxation coming in. And so when it was done, there would be more state dollars in the millions, actually, would come in. 9 million to be exact.
But still ultimately affecting East Baton Rouge Parish's MFP dollars.
Well,
I mean, I'm
talking about state level, because we just deal with the state level.
And I get that from a state perspective.
But 9 million more would be going into EBR. That's what I was told today when they ran these numbers, because you're looking at the taxation area of like a new school district. And look, and it could be totally different in North Louisiana versus wherever. It depends on that area and the tax, what's coming in via taxes and the students. It could be dependent on special needs. And she basically, when we're talking about this, it's all these gifted and talented, special needs, all the different things per student. So that's kind of how that's calculated.
Yeah, I understand how that adds on the different populations.
For sure,
I do understand that. Yeah. But my whole objective is understanding the whole picture, rather than just, it not affecting local government votes. So that's it. I understand. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Mr. Lannis. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gaudet.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Chenevert, for coming and doing the explanations. I guess that my concerns on this, and I fully appreciate and understand the desire to keep our Constitution streamlined. Recognizing that since 1977, I believe, when the Constitution was
74.
written. 74. I was close.
You're close.
1974, when the Constitution was written, there's been about 15 words added under this provision, because Bogalusa and Monroe existed before.
They did, and there's others.
And so it's just been Baton Rouge, it's just been Zachary, Central, and Baker, which isn't a lot of words added to the amendment.
From school's perspective, there's been a lot more words added.
I know, I'm talking about this specific issue.
Yeah.
So I understand and appreciate trying to streamline the thing. My issue is that creating a school district can affect tens of thousands of people. It can affect 1,000 or plus more employees, lots of families, lots of things. And when you create a school district, that school district's there for the next 100 years, okay? And I recognize totally that this, and I believe what you say, This is not related to the Southeast Baton Rouge District. Even though as the way it was originally put in, it would have automatically created it, it's been changed, like you said. It would have to now go for a vote. So that's a couple of things that I am concerned about, where in a era of emotion, something can get passed really quickly and then with momentum get done, and you got it for the next 100 years. The only reason Southeast Baton Rouge District hasn't come up for a vote right now is because of the constitutional amendment provision, which meant that you'd have to have 2/3 of the legislature pass it in order to put it on the ballot for a constitutional amendment. Is that correct?
Well, I would say actually when it passed in the House and passed in the Senate, and I wasn't involved and I wasn't there doing that, but I do know they were told, you know what, everybody else had to get a municipality, so go get your city and then come back.
That was not in law. That
No,
was,
no, no,
that was the opinion. That was the opinion
Correct.
of the legislatures.
Correct.
That is not in law.
I understand
What
that.
is in the
I'm
exact
saying what they
law-
were told. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that was a discussion in the legislature. That is not law. Okay.
I
That has
definitely know the difference.
That has no basis in some of these decisions. So, by having it be a constitutional amendment, it had to go to a 2/3 vote of the legislature.
Correct.
And my understanding is that failed 3 different times. Once by Hunter Green, once by Bodie White, and a second time by Bodie White. Okay? Had it not been for that, that would have already gone through. And in discussing this, I've had you and other people tell me, oh, well, the people there don't even want that Southeast District anymore. But had it not been for that provision of the 2/3 vote, this would have gone and might very well pass, and you might have it today. When looking back in hindsight, you don't really think that's a good district to have. So what I'm trying to say is, I think the biggest thing to me is that this is pulling away the 2/3 vote of the legislature. Because as far as I know, there's never been a school subdivision that was voted down at the state. It's always come down to the local level, and I don't know of a school division that has failed. So the state has never voted them down, so that's kind of a non-issue. Not having them vote is okay. I don't have a problem with that. But having the local vote, but I think it's important that we have the 2/3 vote of the legislature in there just as a check against, for instance, if it wouldn't be for that, we'd have a Southeast School District right now.
Well, you would have had to go to the vote of the people. You would have had to
go
have,
to vote of
so
people.
you wouldn't have.
But at that time, with the emotion and everything going, it very likely would have passed, and everyone looking back going, saying, gee, that would have been a really bad idea.
Well, what I'm saying is, but it's the local people that would have made that decision. I think, and it would have been the entire parish. It wouldn't have been just the Southeast Baton Rouge area. And I think that's the critical piece here.
I guess I'm going to the point of, I think this is such an important issue that a 2/3 vote of the legislature is not
30
something
seconds, Mr.
unreasonable.
Gaudet.
I understand. She took some of my time. A 2/3 vote of the legislature is not something that would be inordinate on this. You have 2/3 vote to override vetoes. You have 2/3 vote for some taxes and things like that. A 2/3 vote would at least make sure that there is some check and balance about how this thing works, because it's too important. It's too important to leave to you legislators. No, I'm saying that, but I really think this makes it too easy. And that's why I'm going to vote for this thing, because I think it makes it too easy. And if it could be amended to have a 2/3 vote of the legislature, I could see that working to keep it out of the constitutional amendment process.
Can I share for a second?
Sure.
I know. So I understand. I hear what you're saying, and we have talked a little bit about this. It's not as easy as what you think to get things through down at the Capitol. I'm going to be real honest.
I get it.
It's not just a 2/3 vote in one house. Right now, there's bills that are going through, and you've got personalities, and I'm in every party. So it's not even just an all-in-party thing, right? It has to go, first and foremost, it has to go into a committee. And the committee debates it for hours. We've sat in committee sometimes on pieces of legislation, and you debate for hours. It goes back to the calendar because you can't get the votes, and it comes back. Goes back to the legislature. Sometimes you're sitting there debating it and spend 2 hours, and there's nobody in their seats because they had to leave for some reason, so you got to put it back on the calendar. Then it has to go to Senate committee. And then the Senate is even harder than the legislature to get things passed because they represent so many more people, and they're getting pressure from so many more people. right? And so then it's got to get through Senate committee. Then it's got to go to the Senate floor and figure out if they all like it. And then does the governor even like it? And then it could get vetoed. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying with the 2/3, and I respect that greatly. But it's not just it's not just 2/3. And for the Southeast Middle School District,
Excuse me,
it'd been harder.
Yeah, may I respond, though, quickly? I'll promise to be quickly.
You can take my
30
time.
seconds.
Yes, I understand exactly what you're saying. I've also seen in the past some powerful people like head of Senate Finance Committee and things be able to get things passed that could get a majority, but not a 2/3 majority, which is why we're having some of this discussion. So I hear you. I understand what you're saying, but I don't share the sentiment, because I think it's I think it should be very hard for the legislature to pass something like this, to do it, because again, it impacts the livelihood and educational of many, many people, and it's hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think it should be very, very hard. It might be very hard to pass a bill. It should be very, very hard to pass this, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion. So I still think it should be a 2/3 vote of the legislature,
Okay, thank you.
in order to make that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr.
Thank you again for showing up. I very much appreciate it.
Okay, Mr. Shamlin, before we go any further, I have a question about when we engage in board comment, should there be dialogue, or should it just simply be monologue as far as the 5 minutes are concerned?
So in this case, I believe Mr. Russ invited Ms. Chenevert to come up and speak. In these cases, generally it can be dialogue, but it's up to the chair to decide the extent of the dialogue and how it should go back and forth. Of course, the rules change a little bit when the general public speaks in the 3-minute format, then it's one way.
Okay, yes. So public, of course, that means that your statements, there will not be a dialogue. Also, what I will say is this, you all, I know, Coach, you've been kind of quiet tonight, but I do want you to speak, but we got a stack of public comments too. So Mr. Gode took everybody's time tonight.
That's okay, he can take time.
All right, yes, sir, thank you. So Mr. Lewis.
No. Ms. Chenevert, the scenario you just laid out, of how hard it is to get things done down there, that's y'all's job.
And I'm happy to.
Okay, and if it takes you from you can't see in the morning when you get to the Capitol to when you can't see at night when you leave the Capitol, that's your job.
And I'm happy to be there.
Okay.
I knocked on a lot of doors to be here.
So don't complain about it then. That's your job.
I mean, look, Mr. Lewis, I'm really not complaining. I just want
Okay.
because I know that y'all know that. I just want to make sure for the record that we realize that what we're talking about, that we're not just doing a 2/3 vote and then it just goes to the ballot. I was just trying to break it down. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm happy to be here.
And I just let me break this down. We are a country of laws. The genesis of this country was founded on a constitution and checks and balances. And what I hear you saying is that you want to shave away some of those checks and balances. That maybe not, that's what I'm hearing you say. 2/3 majority is what's needed. Like Mr. Gode said, it should be extremely hard. Not just hard, but extremely hard because of the ripple effect that it will cause. And with that being said, I'm going to support Mr. Gode's, Mr. Lannis, Ms. Stewart's, and myself proclamation to not approve this, to stand with the board in not approving it.
That's fine. I wanted to share, if I could. Can I respond to?
Yes, ma'am.
3 minutes.
I had a conversation today about should it be a majority vote with colleagues and 2/3. And so there's a lot of assumption going on that's never been brought up before. And I just want to be real clear that the awesome part of my job that I absolutely love is debating. There's a bill that we've been talking and working on of just, no matter what it is, I love getting into the nitty-gritty with it. And so there's been discussions on that very topic with colleagues about legislators who represent thousands of people. And so when we elect people that we work very hard, that we're glad to be there. Okay? And so what I'm telling you is there's conversations that are happening. This isn't me just telling people this is the way it's going to be. We're talking about these things because that is what this country's about and the process of it. And so I'm just here to say that I think that community schools, that when local buy-in is there, I think it is a win for the students and a win for the families and a win for the people. And I think it's not really us, it's not really against each other in any capacity. I think that we've got great schools. I mean, look, like I said, Zachary and Central, if you top 4 schools in the state, they're in that list. And so I'm just here to say that, like, there's a lot of debate that happens, and there's a lot of conversations, and that conversation has come up today, earlier. And so I just want to say, sometimes when something is drafted, the best of that draft you don't always get in the beginning. Okay? Because you're having conversations with your legislators, you're having conversations with people in your district, and I'm here for it. And I wouldn't be here tonight. I wouldn't be here tonight if I wasn't willing to have that conversation. Because it has been a very long week and a long day, and I'm all about it. And I care so much, that's why I'm here. So I just want to be real clear that I'm willing to be in these conversations. I'm not shying away from these conversations because we got to have them. Right, and I'm here for them, and I just want to make real clear on that.
Just 10 seconds, and thank you for your comments, but our laws and our constitutions are under constant attack in this country today. There's a real threat that we may not even look like the country we look like 20 years from now. Laws are under attack every day in this country. We live in a very divisive country right now. And the only thing that can keep us together is laws. And we just can't change them because we don't like them. Or we just can't change them because we want to make it more convenient for people. That's why this country has survived for as long as it has. And right now, our way of life is on the ballot in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further board comment, we will now turn to comments from the public at this time. And we'll start with Danny Altazan. I think I said it correctly. Okay.
All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Danny Altazan, and I'm a resident of a part of District 9 that would be directly affected by the proposed Southeast Baton Rouge Community School District. I was reminded this week that advocacy is not easy. It's not supposed to be. It requires knowledge, passion, communication, collaboration, and respect. It's okay to not know the answers to things. Learning requires putting yourself around people who are more experienced and educated and asking questions about the things that you need expanded explanations on. Those questions don't have to be easy. I'm also vaguely reminded of my DARE days where we were taught that there's power in strength in numbers. Currently, there's a part of the state, the legislative body, that is seeking to govern by moving quickly and spitefully. They're deferring answering anyone that are asking the logistically hard questions. Representative Chenever's House Bill 6 is very dangerous, not just to those of us in Baton Rouge, but for the entire state. There's an email going around from Representative Chenever on House Bill 6, and I want to point out a few quotes from her in there, even though she addressed some of it, just for all the people at home. She says, I'm for the vote of the local, capitalized, people who would be impacted by the new school district and look forward to making sure that that's what happens moving forward, even if it includes putting it in statute or amending the Constitution again, if for some reason we can't fix some of this in the Constitutional Convention this year. Representative Chenever is trying to add an amendment for the locals to vote on a school district that would affect them, but is conveniently leaving out that due to the language in a previous bill from over a decade ago, that the people in EBR school district would forego that step and eliminate their ability to vote completely. She also talks about a constitutional convention that hasn't even been voted on, and so she's inadvertently saying, I have the power and I have the numbers. She also states if the amendment passes in November, there will be no new district that is funded upon the immediate passing of the amendment. As for what could happen if the city of St. George is settled and that incorporation proceeds, it will be a totally different situation. This hasn't even passed the House yet and hasn't made it to the Senate. So she's over here talking about it being on the ballot in November, and we're not there yet. She's also saying I have the power and I have the numbers. I applaud the boards coming together and bringing forward this resolution. I'm also pleased to see that the Baton Rouge Area Council is also in support of the board's concerns opposing House Bill 6. I hope that you not only vote in favor of passing this tonight, but I further challenge the board to pass it unanimously. Stand together as one governing body and realize that Representative Chenever's actual bill language directly contradicts her own words, and think of the dangerous implications that passing this bill's language as currently written could have for all of Louisiana. Representative Chenever has threatened to create a plan that you will be logistically expected to figure out. Follow this bill and be demanding to get the answers that of the logistical questions that they keep deferring. The people voted for you to be their voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Hayden Crockett.
Good evening, board members. My name is Hayden Crockett, and I'm a 7th grader at Sherwood Middle Magnet. I've been in the Magnet program in East Baton Rouge since I was in kindergarten. I have endured the fast-paced curriculum that would set me up to attend one of the top high schools in our state. If House Bill 6 is passed, my ability to continue my magnet school education any further would be stolen from me. My address puts me just inside the new proposed school district by approximately a quarter mile. A quarter mile is all that separates me from having my entire academic career turned upside down. It will leave a black cloud of uncertainty over my academic future, as there is no guarantee that I will have access to the quality teachers and curriculum that I have been accustomed to. Likewise, my sister, who is in the 2nd grade, recently attended an event that unveiled the design of a brand new school that she may never get to attend. Being in middle school, I don't get the opportunity to voice my opinion by casting a vote. I can only use my voice to petition you, the school board members, to be a voice for me and every other student in the school district who will be affected by this harmful bill. Please vote in favor of adopting this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crockett. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. You should absolutely pass this resolution. And I hope Mr. Martin is back by the time I get to the end of my 3 minutes, because I have a comment directly in response to something he said earlier. If we're proposing to amend the Constitution, it would be prudent to write the bill that proposes to amend the Constitution clearly, thoroughly, so that it does what the author intends. I really don't care what the author's intent is. I care what the letter of the bill says. I don't care how she might have it amended eventually, possibly, if they don't run out of time. I care how the bill reads now. I don't care how much she protests about the Southeast Community School District and St. George have nothing to do with her bringing this back from whenever it was first proposed as an amendment that she didn't write a few years ago. What I care about is there's a zombie school district, and if she wanted to make things simple, her first order of business should have been repealing the creation of the Southeast Community School District, which was a bad idea in 2013. It's a bad idea today. And before I run out of time, since I wasn't invited by a board member and can't go on forever, I will give you some numbers. The students that live outside the Southeast Baton Rouge district and attend schools within that part of the town include 222 students at Jefferson Terrace, 579 at Southeast Middle School, 348 at Woodlawn High and several others, and 302 students at Baton Rouge Matera. Just as concerning, there are many of the 8,349 students that live in that wedge of the community and currently attend EBR schools that would be disenfranchised like the gentleman that just spoke. Even if there's a provision in the statute for the 516 current Baton Rouge High students, what about the future plans of the well, there are also 216 at Liberty and 301 at Terra High School. You've got 106 students at Baton Rouge Center for Visual and Performing Arts, 98 at Baton Rouge Flame, 89 at Mayfair Lab, 243 at Sherwood Middle. So, Mr. Martin, please don't you dare claim that this has nothing to do with educating children. If you abstain, you're voting no. Have some guts, support the resolution, support one community, one school, every day, everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President and Superintendent Smith. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you today. And I'm Woody Jenkins. I had the privilege of graduating from Estruma High School in 1965, proud graduate. Been involved at Estruma for the last almost 60 years. In fact, on Saturday, we have a reunion at crossing Dukes and Watson for the class of 1955 and the class of 56. That's Billy Cannon's year. Any of you who would like to go, there'll be about 80 people there who've survived from those years. It'll be a great event. Let me know. We'll try to include you. I had the opportunity to represent this city for 28 years in the legislature. I also was honored to be named the Volunteer of the Year in the public schools here in East Baton Rouge Parish about 4 or 5 years ago. And by the way, I always have supported all the taxes for East Baton Rouge Parish schools. I say that by way of introduction. Back in the early 90s, Senator Mike Cross and I, Mike had been the mayor of Baker. He and I began a lot of discussions about what was really wrong with our schools that we could change in this parish. We looked around the country to try to see a model, and it was very obvious what the model was, and that was right next door in Texas. In Texas, you have over 1,000 school districts. They're very small. Most of them are based around a high school, have some middle schools, and they have some elementary schools. They're community schools. They're governed very close to the people. And we looked at East Baton Rouge and we said, man, it is way too big. There are schools that school board members never go to. They're just abandoned. They're left out there. Whereas in a community school system where you usually have 1 or 2 high schools, the school board members are all involved. Everybody's involved in it. So that led us to introduce the constitutional amendment to Mike Crossan and I, to introduce that constitutional amendment to create the Baker school system. It passed in East Baton Rouge and Baker and statewide, and then the federal courts stopped it for 10 years. It was not allowed to go into effect, and Baker completely changed in that period. We introduced then the bill, several of us, to create the Zachary school system, again, held up for 6 years by the courts, but when it went into effect, the first year, it became the #1 school system in the state of Louisiana. A few years later, the people in Central were able to create the Central school system. It became the #2 school system in the state of Louisiana. Now, this process is not a new thing. It's not a fast thing. It's been going on for over 30 years to try to make this system more manageable and smaller. This is the next step in that process, is what we're talking about, having schools that are closer to the people. Superintendent Smith, I owe you a debt of gratitude, all of us do, for your work to help us create the new Estruma High School, and some of you on the board so involved in that, Mr. Godet. When you created the new Estruma High School, the superintendent, Warren Drake, appointed a school board for that school. We were involved in helping choose the principal.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and bring your statement to a close. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Helping create that. We designed the school, literally, chose the principal. That worked out beautifully. It was a smaller operation, community-based. The people in Southeast East Baton Rouge Parish are not sending their kids to public schools right now. Do you realize that? It's such a small percentage. We're talking about expanding public education, and we need to create more districts in the future closer to the people, following the Texas model, community school districts with the people involved. So that's what I recommend. Thank you. I hope you would not go with your resolution, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Amoroso.
Good evening, board members. I am a resident of Baton Rouge who very happily and proudly sends my kids to public schools, and I have been successful over the years of encouraging many of my friends and colleagues and acquaintances and anyone else that I can talk to about all the good and wonderful things that are happening in EBR. And I want to thank the board for this resolution. I think it sends a very nice, wonderful, supportive message to people like me and my kids and all the kids in our district, everything that's been included in everyone, that you are for them, that you want to keep our community together and support it the best that you can. Over the years, these other districts have been carved out. They happen to be wealthier parts of our parish, and it isn't particularly surprising that they then go on to do well. It's relatively easy and inexpensive to educate middle-class kids, and separating out more doesn't do what is best for the remaining kids in our city. Those kids deserve everything. I also wanted to make a request that the online comments be read if that is possible, because there is a lot of community support for this, even though not everybody has the ability to take time out to be physically present. Again, thank you so much for bringing this resolution forward. I think it sends a wonderful, supportive message to all of your constituents. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And the online comments will be read as well. Ms. Carmichael.
Good evening, Catherine Carmichael, District 7. I have 3 children in East Baton Rouge Parish School System, and I support the resolution, and I am thankful for those who authored it. This is supporting the resolution in opposition of House Bill 6. And I am disappointed in Mr. Martin for saying that he will abstain from this. If you need more information, I would definitely recommend you get with your school board team and receive that information on the negative repercussions that it could occur if this passes. Earlier today, the Baton Rouge Area Chamber released some points about the opposition of House Bill 6 to the official journal of East Baton Rouge Parish School System, and it was posted publicly, so I wanted to read those. So this is from the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. I don't think they have anybody here to read these tonight. Okay, so I'll do it. What will happen to students currently in EBR schools like Baton Rouge Magnet but who live in the Southeast District boundaries? What will happen to students who live outside of the Southeast District but attend schools within the boundaries? What will happen to charters like BASIS, which are authorized by EBR schools but whose facility is within the Southeast boundaries? Will their charter be revoked? What entity will receive the money from the MFP starting 7/1/25? Is there a plan for who would lead this district? Are there sufficient facilities to serve the K-12 students in the Southeast boundaries that are currently enrolled in EBR, but would be Southeast students on 7/1/25? What are the financial ramifications on East Baton Rouge Parish School System? To what extent would a new district, Southeast District, owe legacy costs to EBR for facilities or pension liabilities? Would the proposed district be responsible on facility debt for any facilities they receive from EBR schools? So obviously there is major concern. I would also recommend all of our school system, parents, and families understand how this process works. We are here at a school board meeting, but the representative, Chenevert, who came this morning, is a legislator. You should all know out in the YouTube world who your legislator is. Hey, Larry Selders, District 68, he's my rep. So those are the votes that will be taken. On Monday, House Bill 6 was at the state legislature at 7:15 p.m., and they decided to delay the vote and the debate to Monday. But I will tell you, when they voted to delay, 23 legislators were absent. They didn't show up. They didn't vote. So your vote is really important. And so we elected y'all to our school board, and we have entrusted you to take care of our kids and protect our kids and protect our school district. So let's support the resolution ahead of the legislative session on Monday and vote yes on the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Valencia Johnson, President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators. I want to say that I and we at the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators support this resolution, and we vehemently oppose House Bill 6. House Bill 6 is going, if passed, and if someone wanted or people wanted to develop a new district inside of EBR, is going to drastically affect East Baton Rouge Parish. Not only is it going to affect the students, the educators, it's going to affect our bottom line. And that means the students that we have left, we're not going to be able to service those students and give them what they need. And to some of those people points who were talking about that, yay, Zachary broke away, yay, Central broke away, yay, Baker broke away. Yes, they did. I was born and raised in Zachary. I went to Zachary schools most of my life. But when I was in high school, it changed from East Baton Rouge Parish to Zachary Community Schools. And that effect on those teachers, on those students, was huge. We're talking about people who are at retirement age, who had to go either decide to go into EBR schools, and they couldn't stay at the schools that they had taught 40, 50 years because they were still teaching, like myself, we're still teaching. That is a big effect, and we are still paying legacy costs. Like Ms. Carmichael mentioned. All of that stuff is going to affect our bottom line. And we can't afford to lose any more students. We just saw the trajectory that we're going down. So we need all our funds so we can fully serve all of our students and support our employees as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nyman. And I know your name tonight, Tanya Nyman.
Thank you. I hear it mispronounced often. Yes, good evening, Tanya Nyman. This is the issue, the Southeast Baton Rouge Community School System is the issue that got me involved in education advocacy. I had just recently resigned from LSU. I thought I was going to be running after my kids and writing that great American novel. And then there was this proposed breakaway school system. My husband and I had decided not to move to New Orleans because we'd seen the tragedy that had occurred down there. I'm a proud product of New Orleans Public Schools. And I recognized that we had the best thing here in East Baton Rouge Parish with our schools, and we wanted our kids to go to those schools. We knew the district was struggling, but we also knew that there was, the groundswell of support for the schools at the time was really quite incredible. I was surprised when the breakaway school system came on TAC in 2012. And my initial thought was, fine, take your toys and go home because we got great things going on and we're going to be an amazing district. And then I learned about this effort to break out the South Baton Rouge area. And I got down to the Capitol, and that's when I learned about legacy cost and bonded indebtedness and the ways in which it would dramatically adversely affect all of our schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. And I thought, okay, if not me, then who? And so I showed up at the Capitol thinking it was going to be one spring session. And here I still am. I think most of y'all at least have seen my face. It's been a little while since I've been down here. I just cannot impress upon you how serious this issue is. And I'm sorry, I haven't been talking to the mic. And I just want to thank you for bringing this resolution. It is so critically important. When I went back down to the Capitol this year with House Bill 6, it was surprising to me. So the zombie school district is still on the books. It was put in the statute in 2013. And if the way in which this constitutional amendment is written, it would circumvent the local vote so that that school system could be up and running as early as 2025. And the negative effects would be profound. And I'm trying to talk to legislators, and they are completely unfamiliar with this because there's term limits and a whole new crop of legislators, and nobody remembers that 2013 this new school system got put into statute. And they don't understand the way in which it's supposed to be funded and supposed to be approved. And so it has been really interesting to try to talk to people. And if you support this resolution, it would really help immensely for them to understand the significance of it and the far-reaching impacts, not just for East Baton Rouge Parish, but for the entire state, because it will set the precedent that just a collection of neighborhoods can create a school system without a two-thirds vote or without even a local vote. I know Representative Chenevert brought an amendment, attempted to, but the language would not have addressed that issue. And so at this point in time, it's a simple, it would be a simple majority vote in the legislature without a local vote to allow new independent school districts to be created. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nyman. Okay, next, Ms. Belinda Davis. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Belinda Davis. I am the president of One Community, One School District that helped fight the creation of the Southeast Baton Rouge Community School District over a decade ago. And I just rolled off 4 years of service on the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. I hear a lot from Representative Chenevert about it's not my intent. I have read emails to her constituents where she has said it is not my intent to immediately fund the Southeast Baton Rouge Community School District. It is not my intent to deny voters in school districts the right to vote on the creation of school districts. This is reminiscent of Senator Bodie White when he was fighting to create this district, when he would say, it's not my intent to harm the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School District. But yet as parents, we had to fight to make him take on bonded indebtedness in a way that Central, Zachary, and Baker were not obligated to do. We had to fight to ask him to address unfunded accrued liability in a way that the school districts of Central, Baker, and Zachary were not allowed to do or not required to do. I'm tired. What I am asking as a parent is for this board to join us in the fight of protecting the financial solvency of the East Baton Rouge Parish Public School System. Right now, the danger with Representative Chenevert's bill is that it is being discussed in the absence of context around how it affects the finances of school districts that are divided. Unfunded accrued liability with the creation of this school district, the estimate is between $50 million and $200 million. That was 10 years ago. What's not being discussed is that unfunded accrued liability number that is going to be obligated to this new school district is up for grabs. It's a mystery formula that has not been decided. Right now, $800 of in-classroom instruction funds are pulled out of our students' classrooms to pay for unfunded accrued liability for Central, Zachary, and Baker. We cannot afford to have that money pulled out of our classrooms. It disproportionately affects low-income students, students of color. I am asking you to stand up for the students that you were elected to serve and vote yes for this resolution, because our school district cannot afford to do otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Merrick.
Thank you,
much. Patty Merrick. I agree with everything she said, and one of the things that we cannot afford to do is to lose any more money. We cannot afford to lose any kid. Ms. Genevieve, I appreciate you, but the civics lesson that you tried to give today is very foul. 2/3 votes we know about, and we didn't come here, and hopefully you were not invited to give a civics lesson. All of this goes back to Jindal, the MFP. It goes back to him, and you're constantly, everyone in the legislature with him, you've been doing it ever since. You want to take the funds away from the public school system and to use it for whoever that you want to use it for. It's getting old. You constantly want to build up St. George. If it hadn't been for LSU, if it hadn't been for the studios and for them being split with the different zip codes and so forth, we would have lost a long time ago. But because of the financial means, they stood behind EBR, not because they were totally in love with EBR, because they had to stand behind us. And Lanus, you're correct. It is time to take a stand. You know, I believe in what you believe in, you ought to stand up for it. We don't have time for you all to play your little games and run around down there at the legislature. You play games, you dismiss, you go around, you walk around, you eat, you do all these little game things. Stand up for education. EBR is very important. We are a very important system, and we're tired of people splitting, taking away. Baker not going to be able to last long. They don't have the finances to continue to go on. You know, they don't have the rating to continue. We know what's going on with them. In order for EBR to stand, we have a board that is working. Stand your ground. Stand up and do what you're supposed to do. Because if you don't do, EBR is going to be in the solar system. We've already had an eclipse. We tried to see it on the 8th, and the weather changed on us and we couldn't. Now, if you want to continue to lose things, you're going to be a lost eclipse like we thought we were going to see, and all of the kids and everyone else was out to see it. Let Ms. Genevieve go on back to the legislature, make another nomination or come up with another bill to do. We like you, you're a nice person, but what you got going on is not for EBR school system. We don't need it, we can't use it, and you are not for EBR. And Mr. Jenkins, you all did well with Struma when you were there, but it turned into white flight, didn't it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments, public comments online?
One or two, yes, ma'am. There are at last count about 35 of them.
Yes, Lord.
I will read them not quite as fast as an auctioneer might, but I will try to be expeditious. I've also, just to be clear, I'm not going to read any comments of anybody who actually testified in person, which I think just covers Ms. Carmichael, and a couple of people emailed or made secondary comments to correct something. I'm just going to read the corrected comment. Again, these are the public commenters, not myself. All right. Tyne Bankster says, thank you for opposing HB 6. This is a direct threat to the progress that the district is making and is not a move of the parent/caretaker stakeholders with children currently in the system. Latoya Grant says, I do not support this bill as this affects many children currently in their schools. My child, as well as several children, go to amazing magnet programs, and this bill will affect them tremendously on their school options with the magnet programs. Please vote no on this bill. Melody Dixon says, I support the EBR School Board's position statement opposing HB 6. The creation of a Southeast Baton Rouge school district would further decrease funding for EBR schools and increase educational inequality in our city, especially for our city's most vulnerable students, during a time when our absolute top priority should be finding the funds to increase teacher salaries. I'm also concerned that EBR schools would be left with more than its share of legacy costs. Ashley Ballard says, I fully support the resolution to oppose HB 6. It will be detrimental to our district, our schools, and our students. It has negative implications statewide and poses a threat to our democracy. Alexi Joyner says, HB 6 will ruin the state schools. Please do not support this bill. Please vote in favor of a resolution that says EBR schools will not support this bill. Tracy Barker says, please do approve this resolution. We have our kids in magnet schools and we love it. We oppose the St. George district and we can't afford to move into the school district to allow our kids to attend Sherwood Middle Magnet and Baton Rouge Magnet. My son will graduate for BRMHS in 2026 and I can't bear for him to leave. Oppose. Malika White says, as a parent who lives in the breakaway zone, I totally oppose H6. My daughter has attended BRCVPA for 2 years, and it's where we intend for her to stay through 5th grade. Please do whatever is necessary to prevent the breakaway zone from happening and crippling the district. Irene Berry says, please oppose House Bill 6. This impacts all EBR children negatively. It also impacts teachers and staff, which in turn impacts the children even more so. We have so many improvements to make in EBR, and House Bill 6 passing will just set those improvements back even more. Heather Aitken says, I support the resolution to oppose HB 6. I do not support HB 6 nor the creation of a breakaway school district. The breakaway school district will negatively impact our schools and the students. Bertie Gary says, please oppose HB 6. This bill will negatively affect many kids in the traditional style classroom and magnet classrooms. By removing funding to support a new school district, we will not be able to support our kids and the faculty staff of EBR schools. We're not able to give teachers a raise now. This will definitely force qualified teachers to seek jobs in other parishes or states that will provide them with a better salary. Kids will not have the tools needed to thrive in the classroom because of limited funds. Also, with the creation of this new school district, how do we know it will perform better than the schools we do now? The recently created Baker School District is not the, quote, cream of the crop. With this new district, we could be making a worse problem than we currently have. Alana M. Roussel says, in support of their resolution. Benjamin Caldwell says, I do not support HB 6 and want the board resolution opposing HB 6 to be passed. This is not the best thing for the children of the parish. Daniel A. Bureau says, we support H2 as it is in opposition to H6, which will undermine the financial stability of education in the district. H6 will also have a negative impact on families at large. I support H2. Thank you, Dan Bureau. Fairleigh Cook Jackson says, many thanks to board members Goday, Lannis, Lewis, and Stewart for bringing forth this hopeful resolution. Also, thank you to the many people and organizations in our community who have come together to work to keep our district whole and with resources. We are stronger together. As noted in the resolution and supported by data, HB 6 is a threat to thousands of students, 6,000 plus in the breakaway district, and to thousands more across our entire district that will suffer the consequences of the fiscal impact of HB 6. I urge you all to vote tonight to support the best interests of the entire school district you serve and the students in your care as the collective East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. I also hope this is the start of a continued effort for you as a board to engage in and have a voice in the state legislative process that impacts the students, families, and taxpayers of our district. Please vote yes on this resolution. Amanda Bureau says, thank you for considering opposing HB 6. This piece of legislation would have a dire impact on our community and financially cripple EBR PSS. I strongly urge the school board to support the resolution opposing HB 6. Sincerely, Amanda Bureau. Melissa Flournoy says, please protect our public education system. We do not need to make it easier to breakaway school systems. Evelyn Ware Jackson says, EBR school board members, please stand together for the district and unanimously vote yes in support of passing a resolution that states that the board does not support the passage of HB 6 in the state legislature. Please work diligently to listen and support the needs of all students across the district. The root of the breakaway system is from years of requests of parents near schools in the southeastern area falling upon deaf ears of administrations and stubborn board members. Support for attendance line adjustments and a true community schools model could have resolved issues long ago. Sincerely, Evelyn Ware Jackson. Nicole Danduran says, I support this resolution. I do not want to see our district pulled further apart. Jennifer Harding says, I support and encourage all board members to approve this important resolution. As stewards of our school system, I urge you to stand up and send a strong message of unanimous opposition of the legislative overreach of HB 6 that would be devastating to our district if passed. I appreciate and want to commend the leadership of the 4 board members in taking initiative by bringing this resolution. Pastor Dale W. Flowers says, I am in full agreement with this resolution that opposes the creation of another school district in the city of Baton Rouge, unincorporated areas of the parish of East Baton Rouge. Please vote yes on this resolution. Julia Bucker says, as parents of kids in the magnet program and EBR PSS, I am writing to urge you to vote to support the board resolution opposing HB 6. It is critical that parents and taxpayers have a say in their school districts. Debbie Jackson says, I am in support of this resolution. Allow stakeholders who are directly impacted by the creation of new school districts to have a voice in the process. Andrea Mattier says, I have 3 children in EBR magnet schools. Losing the right to continue on the same academic path that they have been on since kindergarten will impede their academic progress that they have worked extremely hard for, and it will devastate them socially. I am in complete support of the resolution. Autumn Darby says, in favor of H2 resolution. Carolyn Bell says, H2 resolution, please vote against HB 6. This bill is not a good bill for EBR schools. It will create a financial burden for our school system and is detrimental to our student population. Valerie Black says, I'm writing to express my support for this resolution. I strongly encourage the board to oppose HB 6, which will negatively impact our parish, our schools, the staff and faculty in EBR school, and most importantly, our children. Thank you, Valerie Black. Errol Domang says, I support the resolution against the zombie school district. Vote for the resolution. Allison Scardino says, as a parent of 2 children in the magnet program and a product of the EBR magnet program myself, I am strongly opposed to HB 6 and urge you to oppose it as a school board. Our district has its struggles, but for decades, the non-traditional schools with a focus on academic, artistic, or STEM excellence has been a bright spot. The last thing that should be happening is removing students from the schools that are working for them with a legislative bill that does not even allow the public to have a say. Let's focus on bringing the failing schools up instead of changing the district with the apparent intent to privatize down the road. Also, higher taxes. Catherine Hart says, my child is bused to Jefferson Terrace for special education because it is ADA 2010 compliant. The creation of the Southeast EBR School District would remove many of the newly built ADA compliant campuses from EBR. As EBR cannot send children in wheelchairs to a school that is less accessible, this would result in the shuffling of the locations of special education self-contained elementary classes to Broadmoor Elementary or McKinley Elementary in order to stay in compliance with ADA. EBR should also consider stopping all building and renovations in Southeast Baton Rouge and St. George and focus on renovating and rebuilding the schools outside of this area since this topic continues to come up. Anna Fogel says, please pass a resolution to oppose HB 6 as a show of support for your constituents and all of EBR PSS. Thank you, Anna Fogel. Reshmi Ravindranath, and I apologize if I butchered that name, says, I oppose HB 6. Storm Matthews says, I thank the board members that brought this resolution for recognizing that this would be detrimental to this parish. However, for those that understand the severity of this and the financial impact it would have on the district as a whole, as well as the students' ability to attend schools of choice within EBR, this will not stop the legislature. Everyone must show up and call your elected officials. She asked me to say that part with favor. With fervor. She says, again, thank you all for bringing this to the attention of those it will affect. Fred Jeff Smith supports the resolution and opposes HB 6. Maria Harmon says, my name is Maria Harmon, a resident and voter in EBR School Board District 6. I support the resolution to oppose HB 6. This legislation is dangerous in regards to further segregating the school district. This district has an extensive experience of desegregating the school district with the federal desegregation order being lifted as recent as 2003. This legislation doesn't need to pass. It will certainly set us back. This will also have an adverse impact on the students who are bused from other areas to attend schools in the designated area to be deemed as the Southeastern Community School District. We're talking about thousands of students impacted by this. Again, I support the resolution and thank you, EBR School Board, for bringing this forward. Angel Bradford says, this legislature is extreme. They are not operating in love. They don't care about our kids or families or communities. Please pass this resolution. You have to. I urge you to. We need a voice of love, of unity, and solidarity with one another from Baton Rouge to Louisiana. We cannot afford additional segregationist efforts here in BR nor across Louisiana. Be the first to start a trend of resolutions. Thank you. Dawn Shanae Collins says, I support this resolution against HB 6. It is segregationist in nature, yet will hurt children in and out of desired breakaway districts. And the final public comment on the internet is from Mary Juneau. Dear board members, please support the resolution to oppose House Bill 6 by Representative Chenevert. Please recall that your oath of office is to protect EBR PSS. I am grateful to Mr. Goday, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lannis, and Ms. Stewart for writing this resolution to prevent the loss of over 10% of EBR PSS's buildings, property, and most importantly, students and faculty and staff. Kindest regards, Mary Juneau. And that concludes the internet public comments, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice President. I appreciate it. Okay, so we now return to board comments. Mr. Lannis.
Yes, thank you. First, Representative Chenevert, thank you for your service. Thank you for presenting the opportunity to explain the bill, regardless of where anyone falls on it. I think the conversation tonight is more than representative and reflective of how our entire community feels. We heard students, we heard parents, we heard teacher unions, we heard the business community, we heard past school board members, and they all said the same thing. They adamantly oppose this bill. And it's not because of the intent, it's because of the ramifications behind the intent. And that's the stuff that's not being discussed tonight. Ms. Kelly Lopez came before us, and that's our chief financial officer, and talked about the deficit that we're looking at in terms of a district. She also talked about what happens when ESSER dollars sunset away from our particular district. To lose MFP dollars at a time like this will absolutely dismantle a school district of our size. But even if you want to look at it from across the state, you have about 72 districts across the state of Louisiana. All of those schools districts are going through the same situation that we're going through because ESSER dollar sunsets on those districts also. They are at risk of losing their money. And I want to also remind our board, we just sunk, I won't say sunk because this is our entire parish, but we just placed millions of dollars to put new buildings in the southeastern portion of our parish. Why? Because we care about our entire parish. Even though we said St. George didn't happen, we understand what's going on, we still made the point in the inference to put money there because we care about all kids. That's the end all be all at the end of the day, what we are here doing. And if anybody really believes that St. George is done, I would ask the question, why are you in the Supreme Court right now? Why we fought this for several years? It's happening for a reason. And why that, again, it may not be the intent, but no matter how you dress it, it's a St. George bill. Because if it goes through, it rubber stamps them. They've been dormant. That was already passed. The vote already happened. So the local vote has already taken place. It's going to retroactively put it in place, and we lose those dollars immediately, on top of all of our buildings that we put inside of town. Now, the last thing I'll end on is we need to have a workshop on annexation process to see how we can safeguard and protect the properties that we have inside of our district that everybody paid for. Not a particular section of our city or our parish, but our entire parish as a whole. Again, thank you, Ms. Chenevert, Representative Chenevert, for taking the time out to come and explain. But it's a no for me. I support this for a reason. And like I said before, if you support kids, if you up here and you're not for the politics like we all said when we ran for election, do what you got to do and support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sule.
Oh, okay. Everybody take a deep breath. It's been an hour of discussing this, and I am a little surprised because I've been listening, and I hear the people. I hear you. What I've also heard is we want what is best for our kids, and this isn't our decision. It's our decision to vote on if we want to say something to our legislatures, but we're not making this bill. House Bill 6 is not our bill. I also know that there's so many questions. I heard that. What's coming? What's going to come next? I hear that. That's also not part of House Bill 6 is what I heard tonight. I also heard Ms. Chenevert say that she actually listened and heard these questions and went and asked Education Today, Louisiana Education Today, and found out that it actually could potentially bring in more money for EBR. So I heard that. I heard that there are still lots of questions. I actually wasn't quite sure how I was going to vote when I got here today. I did actually meet with Mr. Shamlin this week and had asked questions about what can the board know better about legislation as a whole. I feel like if the board's going to make decisions about legislation, we probably need to look at it in a more holistic view, which is also what I've heard today, is that people want us to look at this in a bigger view and not just looking at one in particular thing. And so I appreciate it, and I thank y'all for that. I feel like where I'm going with this is I'm going to abstain. I don't feel like this is a thing that I need to make a decision on supporting a resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say the resolution's very well written. Mr. Goday, anybody else who had a part in it, is a good job. And I think that's our proper role for this board as an entity created by the legislature. I think we ought to be in a position to provide information. And in the bill's original format, I think this resolution does a good job in explaining what the bill does and what the impact could be or how it affects people within the district. But I don't think we should be in a position where we take either oppose or support legislation. And for that reason, I'm going to vote against the resolution. But I do say it's very informative, and like I said, I think that's our proper role is to provide information. So, and also, Representative Chenevert, thank you for coming and explaining some of the potential amendments that you're considering. That was helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you. And I certainly respect the views of my fellow board members. And again, Ms. Chenevert, thank you for this. You got a bottle of water and a bag of almonds. So, yes. But thank you for coming out. You know, in some ways, I'm sorry this morphed into a little bit about going into what a new school district would look like in the southeastern part and things like that, because I really believe Ms. Chenevert when she says that was not the intent, but as Mr. Lannis said, it would be the result as originally written. Now, I also do understand that there are some amendments going on, and I'm very happy to see those amendments and to work through those, and I'll be more than happy to stay in conversation as we work through that to pull that together. But I still come back to the thing of creating a new school district should be difficult. And so, you know, I will be adamant on believing that it should be a 2/3 vote of the legislature. Just my only point of view. So I'm going to maintain the resolution that we have and vote for it. I also want to talk a little bit about, though, I'm going to deviate just a second, on school districts. And Mr. Jenkins is a good friend of mine. He just left, but you know, he mentioned Zachary and Central, boom, automatically being number 1 and number 2. There's some very interesting data. I haven't updated it for 2023, but I have data beyond that. And there's an almost unbelievable correlation between the percent economically disadvantaged enrollment in a school district and the school performance score, and the percent economic disenrollment in disadvantaged enrollment in a school and the school performance score. It is amazing how closely that tracks. East Baton Rouge runs about an 80% plus a little bit economically disadvantaged. Central and Zachary run less than 60%. And at one point, Zachary was below 50%. We have 7 schools in East Baton Rouge Parish that have a student body enrollment with an economically disadvantaged percentage of under 60%. All 7 of those schools outperform any school in Zachary and outperform any school in Central. Any school. So a lot of this is not the fact that it's a neighborhood school, it's the fact that it's the school that can clump together economically well-off kids. Baker, on the other hand, is over 90% economically disadvantaged, and every school in that district fails. So a lot of this is beyond just community school and things like that. And we're doing many of the things that Mr. Jenkins talked about with the focused choice schools, where we're having community come together and do all these things. We're doing all of these things. But at the end of the day, that's not what this argument's about. This argument's about a process. And I got two major issues. One is that something that was passed 11 years ago and lies dormant should be thrown away and thrown out, because it's not anything anybody wants. And that just reemphasizes the fact that it should be difficult to get that done. And so some safeguards, some guardrails, some speed bumps need to be put into this process so that in a fit of emotion over a 12-month period, we don't create a mistake that lasts 100 years. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Again, Ms. Chenevert, thank you for coming. And by no means was I trying to say that you guys don't do your job. It's a tough job. But I want to reference back to some of the comments Ms. Davis made when she came to the mic, and some of the same things Mike just alluded to. He talks about these wealthy school districts, or these upper middle class people whose kids attend these schools. Well, a lot of people may think the opposite of wealth is poverty. It's not. The opposite of wealth is justice. And we can't provide the type of education that our kids need without justice. Some of the people we honored in this room earlier tonight were living examples of an injustice that was perpetrated on them and some of and the people who came before them. Justice is the opposite of of wealth. We've got to provide a fair and equitable education for the children of East Baton Rouge Parish. Mike just talked about the levels, the inequity in the levels of kids who attend schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. We need to do right by our students. And because EBR is such a large district, it doesn't really have anything to do with why it's underperforming in so many different areas. It's years of neglect. It's years of trying to skate around the law. Some of the people who stood here tonight were testimony. They were living testimonies of that. We just need to realize, and it may not make sense to you, but just think about it. The opposite of wealth is justice. It's justice. And justice is doing right by the children that we educate and the people that we've been elected to represent from this horseshoe up here. The opposite of wealth is justice. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to be right, do right by the kids of this community and their parents and those who will follow them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you, Ms. Chenevert. I have one last question for you, if you would oblige us. I know that we're all tired, and you're probably tired too. Fundamental to this petition, if you will, is an assertion that passage of this bill, let's say hypothetically, by the legislature as it stands in its current form, and then by the Senate, and then by a vote of the state of Louisiana, would fund a defunct school district. Is that accurate?
It is not accurate.
Could you explain?
Let me explain why it's not accurate. When I was on the floor, by amendment before debate to this bill, which proves my intent before I brought it to all of my colleagues on the floor, was to remind everybody that my intent is clear, is to keep a local vote to the people. And so when you're on the floor and you're presenting a bill and the debate's happening, I added that amendment. None of my colleagues brought that amendment. And so what it means is when you look at the bill and you say, if there's a legislatively approved school district, if this goes to the vote in November, I wanted it to be clear in law that everybody in that local area would be able to vote. So another step would have to happen if passed in November. No school district would be able to be formed without the vote of the people. And so that's the thing, is that there's no automatic trigger that because I want to keep it with a vote to the local people. And look, people all across may not believe me, that's fine. But when you bring a bill to the floor and you bring your amendment, you're saying, I want to make it in a better form. I want to bring it to you so that when we vote as a body, when all 105 members vote as a body, I want it to look like this. I want the local vote of the people. And so that's the intent. And the reason I can stand on that intent, whether anybody believes me, and that's totally fine, my intent proved that when I'm bringing it to the floor in that form to get the local vote.
Thank you, Representative Chenevert. I appreciate it. So I wanted that clarification to point out that I think that, one, this is a bill that is still in session, hasn't even been voted for by the legislature. We don't even understand all the implications of this bill yet. I want to say first, I really appreciate the level of dialogue that we've had here, because what I expected was something completely different, but what I actually got to hear was a great conversation about how laws are made, changed, shaped, and formed in our government. And there's a lot of opinions on that, but it's what makes us work as a republic, as a representative democracy, as what makes this legislative body work, which makes your legislative body work, and how they don't work sometimes. I want to point out that I think that it's a great conversation, but as a school board, it's a little preemptive to be asking your legislative body to make a formal statement about a bill that hasn't even made it through a vote, hasn't even made it to your Senate, hasn't even made it to a vote of the entire state to be ratified. And frankly, you know, if the great state of Louisiana, the entire people want to cede an authority to those legislators, I think they have a right to vote on that. But that's kind of neither here nor there. So many of this conversation comes back to the power of one's vote. And we have a power of a vote in this room, whether or not to make statements or not. So I appreciate my colleagues and all the different opinions voiced here. I really have a deep appreciation for the level of complexity that could come if there were a new school district created within this parish. It's very, very complex and has a lot of great effect to families and children of this parish, both positive and negative. There's a lot of depth to that. But I think that it's important that we know what else as school board members that we can do to affect these things. I don't think any of us showed up when this bill was in committee to give testament or opinion when it was in committee. I watched the committee. None of us were there.
It's been filed a long time.
I don't think
HB6, it was the sixth one filed in like February or whenever it was filed. Yeah.
I know I talked to Ms. Chenevert about the bill before this was brought forth, but there weren't a lot of discussions that I know of with
Mr.
legislatures.
Russ.
Make sure you're bringing your statement to a close.
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching my time. Thank you. I'll bring it to a close. I'm going to vote no on this because I don't think we have any business as a school board making an opinion on legislation that is in this state of infancy. And I think we could do a better job of just going to show up at your legislature if you have an opinion on state law, which is something I would love to do with my colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment at this time, we will now entertain a vote on item H2. Please vote.
The motion, excuse me, the motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move to item H3, and this begins our expulsion matters. To my colleagues, we are deciding on whether to hear the following expulsion matters fully at a future meeting of the board. In order to hear a matter, we will need a motion and a second. No vote of the board will occur, and there will be no public comment as designated in policy. So let us begin the process. Student expulsion, item H3. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Okay, and so for item H3, board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay, all right, seeing none, we continue with the next.
And let me jump in for a second. Item H4, the appealing party requested that the appeal be pulled, and so we will not have to consider H4. We can
Okay.
move to H5.
All right, thank you. Moving to H5, student expulsion, discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion?
I move to hear this expulsion.
Okay, so this is for H5. Is there a second? Okay, thank you. So it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Okay, and so Mr. Shamlin, do we still continue? Okay, all right, the next would be H6, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter?
Yes.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Russ. Is there a second? It has been seconded by Ms. Sule to hear this expulsion, and this is H6. Okay, H7, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to hear this expulsion?
Mr. Lewis moves.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lewis. This is for H7. Okay, do I have a second? It is seconded by Mr. Martin. Okay. All right, we are now to H8, student expulsion. Discussion, consideration of a request to appeal a student expulsion. Board members, have you had an opportunity to review the record for this expulsion matter?
Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion to hear this expulsion? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, so, hey, Madam Secretary or Mr. Shamlin, will one of you share with us, just for the record, the ones that we said that we would hear?
H5, H6, and H7.
Yes, okay. All right. And so at this point, do we go into just the next part of the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so the next that we have are organizational items. There is first the announcement of meetings. Ms. Sule, before I have you to read that, I wanted to share another announcement. I wanted to share with the Northeast High School family, they have reached out to me on many occasions asking for a community meeting, and I just wanted to publicly share with them, if any of them are listening, that I would like to share that I've heard your request for a community meeting on more than one occasion, and community, I am willing to work with Mr. Lannis and Mr. Smith, and I will work together to collaborate on a date and time to fulfill your request in the near future. And I think that was all that I had. Okay, all right, yeah, you can, because I know I don't have the flyer for. We also have another district announcement.
Just for another updated announcement from school board member Shoshone Stewart. She's having a literacy and wellness event this Saturday from 12 to 3 at Bel Air High School. That's a literacy and wellness event for District 4. She wanted to invite everyone out to participate.
Okay, all right, thank you. So announcements of meetings, Ms. Sule.
Announcements of meetings. The Oversight Committee meeting to be held on May 6, 2024 at 5 p.m. at the Central Office. Board committee meetings, Budget and Finance, Academics, Accountability, Curriculum, Instruction, Student Services, and Operations to be held May 9th, 2024, starting at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Regular meeting to be held on May 23rd, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
I move we adjourn.
Okay, you guys have a great night.